Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Very excited to be with you. Where is everybody coming in from today? Are you excited? What's going on? How are you today? Let's see. Looks like we're going to be joined by Craig Strong here. Let's see if we can get him. Craig, good afternoon. How are you today?
Hey, Michael, I'm doing great.
I'm super excited to be here. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, this is a great window for me in my role at the company, overseeing the product development to see how people are teaching, see how people are using. Every once in a while, I'm getting clues on what people want, and it's a great window into what people are doing out there with Lensbaby.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and everyone is incredibly excited. I've had multiple people come and say like they're inspired in a way that they've never been, and starting and kicking off the conference with talking about fear has inspired people in a really beautiful way. What do you hope is the biggest takeaway that people have from this conference over the next few days?
Well, I think this season that we're in has just been so full of turmoil. I think if we can focus on growth in any small way, whether that's a photographic, self project, personal project, or something you can do in the community, or a way to learn and follow in the footsteps of some of these great teachers that we've got here. I think that really redeems a lot of the alone time that we've got, the time we've got to spend, and it also, it's the biggest takeaway for me is that we can connect in all sorts of ways. I mean, that's been pounded into us over and over and over, and here we are sharing energy over the literal electrical and optical waves that are going around the planet, and we're sharing energy with each other, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, and it's really incredible is we have people so far from over 60 different countries who have watched the conference over the last couple of days. I mean, you think about the ability that we have to connect with each other, and it's incredible in a way that we've never been able to. So even though we're coming through the pandemic, one of the best parts about this is that we're able to connect at just a deeper level. I mean, we have people watching. Guys in the chat, let us know where you're at right now. Just I would love to share this with Craig and kind of give him some insight. I mean, we have people from all over the world: London, the UK, Denver, Decatur,
Ottawa.
Georgia, Indiana, UK again, Kentucky, Australia. It's like the middle of the night there. Vegas, Sydney, Netherlands, Phoenix, North Carolina, Ottawa, California. I mean, literally just all over the world. And it's incredible that we get Spain, Texas. I mean, we might be here all day naming off, but it's incredible to see the reach that we're able to have with this community and our incredible speakers and educators who have come to be a part of this. I think when I look at the impact that this has on me as, I'm always learning. I've been doing photography 35 years of my life, and it's incredible to sit here and just go, well, that's something I didn't think about, or that's inspiring, or this is something that I want to try when I pick up a camera again. And I think that's one of the most incredible things about this conference and Lensbaby in general is we have the ability to shoot outside the box, to be extraordinary, to find these terms and limitations for ourselves of what we're capable of doing. When you think about that and you look at being literally at the halfway point, guys, we have 2 more full days of the conference. It's just like there's so much education, so much information. Craig, what do you think, if any message you want to give to our incredible attendees as we head into the beginning of day number 3? What would you like to say to them?
Oh, goodness. I think, if I were to say, it's the same thing I'm going to say to myself, and that's just be curious. Like if something is going down a route that you don't understand or maybe doesn't initially interest you, just be thinking, okay, what's here for me? What can I learn? What lays out there that I haven't even thought that I would be interested before, but I could learn here. And that's what always helps me going into any situation. I tend not to go in with a lot of preconceived ideas, whether that's travel or, a new job, or, I guess I've been self-employed since I was, 25. So, but that means infinite numbers of new jobs and clients as well. So, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that just keeping an open mind, being curious has really helped me. And that would be my number one bit of advice.
Yeah, I love that. And curiosity is such an incredible tool in photography, especially when I think for me, recognizing at one point, man, I got sucked into this box shooting commercial and just being like, this is how it's supposed to be, even within my own scope of my voice, and looking at it now and saying, you can make this whatever you want. That's the best part about creativity. That's the best part about being a photographer, is you don't have to do what other people say. Like, it's probably the greatest sense of freedom that we have as creatives. And I know that I'm incredibly excited for today. So Craig, thank you for showing up this morning. Thank you for being here, everyone. We're going to have such a phenomenal day. Craig, I'm going to kick you off real quick, do a
Oh
couple last
man.
things. Unless you have any parting words before we get
No, I
started.
don't. Yeah, love you guys. Thanks for being here, and thanks for learning with us.
Awesome. And thanks for showing up, Craig. Guys, today is super exciting. We have a ton of more education in store for you. We're going to talk about creative processes, pushing your limits, evolving your portfolio, one I'm particularly curious about, and fine art photography. We have conversations with Craig and Rich Ormanowski. Charlotte Johnson will be teaching. Maya Leitner will be teaching. Kristen Ryan, and more. So I'm super excited to be here. Guys, again, do not forget, you want to be engaging. You want to be commenting, liking, sharing, telling everybody, because we are giving away all kinds of prizes. And just know that on Friday, tomorrow, the last day, we're going to be giving away a huge prize, which actually is a Sony A7C camera, a $1,000 Lensbaby.com gift card, and a Fundy membership. So I cannot wait to announce who the winner is. We don't know who it is yet. We're going to randomly draw tomorrow. So if you did not yet register, that's okay, because if you're here, you're engaging, you're interacting, you're also entered. So I know people had questions about, well, I didn't register, does it still count? Yes, as long as you're here, you're engaging, you will be entered and eligible as well. We're also giving away prizes throughout the course of the day, all day. So keep that in mind. We want to make sure that we reward you guys, not only for showing up, but because it's super fun. And in fact, we're going to start off like this. So I'm actually giving away an Obscura, one of our brand new camera Obscuras. You'll have to reach out to us at customerhappiness@lensbaby.com. And that is for Dave from Bismarck, North Dakota. So Dave, I don't have your last name, but Dave from Bismarck, North Dakota, thank you so much for interacting. Thank you so much for being a part of this. You're going to want to reach out to us at customerhappiness@lensbaby.com. And we will get you hooked up. So congratulations, Dave from Bismarck, North Dakota, watching on YouTube. Dave McCarthy, there, he put it in there. So Dave McCarthy, thank you so much. Everyone, looking forward to today. Make sure that you hit that like, share the video, tell all of your friends. And for those of you who cannot watch the entirety live, keep in mind, we will be doing replays, and you will be able to watch all of these videos in the coming days on lensbaby.com. So without further ado, we are going to jump in to day number 3 of the Shoot Extraordinary Conference.
Hello! Thanks for having me. I'm so happy to be here at the Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2021. So, for those of you who didn't know me, my name is Annick Paradis, and I'm French Canadian. I live in Quebec City, in Canada, of course. So, today I'm going to teach you about my creative process to tell vivid stories, and it's all about light infusion. I will cover 3 topics, so using light, using the OmniOne system, and using light overlays. Are you ready? I am. Let's jump in. Let's move around. Okay, so using light. When I'm looking at these pictures, I can see many techniques, but the first one is always the same, and it's not a technique, it's just how you see lights. You need to find the light. Any good photograph, needs light. It is how we do our art. You can find the light everywhere, really, except when there is no light. If you look at this image here at the top right corner, you see that it's a snow picture, and my daughter, she was throwing some snow in the air, and because the sun was just behind her, it catched the light, and this is how I've got this light effect here. So it's simple. You can do this with light, with light. You can do this by throwing water, by throwing snow, and even throwing sand at the beach. It will perfectly work. Another thing that you can do when you're finding the light is to simply use it without any fla-fla, as we say in French. So in this second picture here, it was the end of the afternoon, the sun was getting low, and I simply captured the sun filtering through the trees, and this is how I've got this haze here. So as simple as that. In the picture here, I used the H35, and the flare of this lens is so distinctive you can't miss with any other lens. It's clearly the flare sorry, of the H35. So to do this light effect, you really need to tilt your lens toward the sun to get this big flare, and you simply need to use it to enhance your image. So one thing that we all do at the very beginning is to shoot for the flares, and the flares will often be overpowering. So you need to be subtle, but not always, but you need to balance the light on your pictures so it's not become too hazy, too full of artifact. So be mindful when you are using big, bold flare. One thing I like to do with the H35 flare is to frame my subject as I did here. On the next picture, so sorry, I of course made this picture at Christmas time. You can see the Christmas tree here, and there is a big window here in the living room. So there was not a lot of natural light, but enough to light my sun face. What I like to do with the Suite 50, I like to bend or tilt the lens inside the Composer Pro 2. So the light here is like going toward my sun. So that's it. And here my daughter in the pool, so it's the same technique as with the snow one. So she was simply in the water and splashing water everywhere, and it catches the sun. There is a slight flare here, but you cannot see it very well because it's small. But there is a small rainbow flare here, and yeah, you can guess it was made with the H35. In these 2 last pictures, they were taken at the same time, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes apart. So again, she was throwing water in the swimming pool, but it was also the sunset time. And this is how I got the rich warm color here in the background. And in this picture, I simply use again the sunset light, and I also use the artificial light that was in the pool to get something a little bit different. So do you want to see the pullback of this picture? So you will see how I see in my viewfinder. Let's open this up.
Ok, vas-y.
Oops. I will remove the sound. So she was really excited to help me because that meant she can go sleep later that night. As you can see, she was really happy. And she forgot to do what I asked to do because I was shooting this video for you guys. So yes, that's it. So she kept doing this again and again and again. And this is how I create this picture. So I used the Suite 50 here to create this picture, and it was really hard to nail the focus. As you can see, she was jumping in the pool. So and this is why I wasn't using any Omni wands. It was just impossible to nail the focus while holding a wand in front of the lens. So I really tried to guess where she would jump. So I was really trying to focus on the final position she would be. It was not perfect. I have a series of pictures. I have many of them that I like, but I really like the energy of this one. We can see the water, the movement, and even the sun here. So I like this one. So just going the other side, just want to remind you some tips. So always find the light. Always. This is the first thing you need to do. Then you can try to shoot backlit. I know our parents, they always taught us to not shoot backlit with our camera. They were wrong. It's really amazing. But at that time, when they taught us to not shoot backlit, the camera was not able to do it, and we needed to shoot manually. Add flares, but be precautious with the flares so they won't overpower your picture. And tilt to enhance. For those of you who are not fully aware of what is a Lensbaby or how works the Suite 50 or the Edge 35, you need to you need two pieces of gear. You need the Composer Pro 2 that you attach to your camera, and then you will insert the Suite 50 or the Edge 35 or any other lens that fit in the Composer Pro 2. And what it does is that the Composer Pro 2 is the gear that make you able to tilt your lens, and I really love this system. This is how you can bend the light. You can get these amazing bold flare. You can tilt the light of the Christmas tree. So the Composer Pro 2 plus the Suite 50 or the Edge 35, they are amazing. I highly recommend it, and it's not expensive, really. Okay, next part. I'm using Omni wands. I don't know how to pronounce this. I should have Googled it to be able to hear the phonetics. So let's say wands. Let's make fun of me. I don't care. I'm just very happy to be here. And as you can see, I try to do my best in my second language. Okay. So using Omni wands. I really love this. I cannot thank enough Lensbaby to have created these ones. Anytime you are in a rut, you just take your wands and you get out of your rut. I have sort of put here some pictures that are showing different effects. So let me go through. One of my favorite techniques to use is the camouflage one. Because, you know, I'm working full-time and I'm doing photography as a sideline with other things. So my house is not always clean. And the locations where we go as a family are not always free of distractions, or it's not always beautiful. So the wands really helps to camouflage the ugly things. So if you take this picture here of my daughter, she was sliding at her school. but you cannot have guessed it because I removed the school. So with the crystal ones, I simply put it at the very top of my at the edge of the lens, and I was trying to catch the sun, and it just with some kind of magic it camouflaged the school and the houses that were there. I think it's the only one I kept here for the camouflage subject, but it works very well with any kind of things that you want to remove. So it's faster than cleaning your house. Just bring ones. You can also enhance your pictures. Let's say here, so I use the melange wedge, that is a color crystal, and I really like this. It's not always suiting all the pictures or the things that are in front of my lens. I don't know how to say this, but the colors crystal, I really love them. When I want to enhance a mood and atmosphere, I want to add some joyful atmosphere to my frame. And sometimes also the background is a bit too flat, and I want to add some oomph to it. So in this picture, we were taking a walk in the forest, and we found that swing. So I'm guessing that the neighbor that lived just here on the left has created a swing for his children. This is my guess. I like the landscape. I like we are in the forest. The snow was fresh, but something was missing, and it was all the joyous atmosphere. She was, this is my daughter, she was cheerful, happy, she was singing out loud, and I always put some ones in my pockets when I go for a walk. We never know. Always be prepared, and I just try the color one, and it gives this look. So just use it to enhance your location. So don't, again, like as for the flare, do not overpower your picture with your ones, but let's just try it and see what you can do with it. And oh yeah, I forgot in the camouflage one. Yeah, this one. It was time I think about that. It's our swimming pool, and here it's the fins, but I have hidden it with the stretch glass, which is a one that stretched the light and stretched the things that you are stretching with. So here, and it's also reflecting the surroundings, and here you can see the trees of the neighbors and a bit of the sky, and because it was brighter than the fence, it got rid of the fence. So this is a nice way to remove distracting elements, but the fence was not distracting, it was just not interesting or adding to the frame. So by using the stretch glass, I got this effect, and I was pretty surprised with it and very happy. And I also was able to get that nice light element here that was not there at first. So the stretch glass catch the sun and bring these elements here. Yeah, and I use the edge, maybe the edge of the Suite 50 here. I can't remember. These are my two favorite lenses. Okay, so at depth, I had depth here. All the scene was almost on the same focal plane, and I was thinking, how can I add some depth with it? And I had in my pocket the crystal, the color crystal ones, and I saw also the seahorse crystal ones. I should have bring them here. So the seahorse is like a seahorse, so it's not a rectangular shape. It's imagine a seahorse and but in crystal, and this is how I got this shape here. So he was throwing snow in the hair because he wanted a picture like his daughter, but the sun was not. It was, I think, 11 a.m. so no golden tones, but it's why he was happy with it anyways. But to me, it was missing something, so I just used the seahorse ones, and I got this result here. You can also complement your picture with the ones. So here it's the silver mirror from the reflections kit, and I really like this one. I think it's my new favorite, but it's at the moment I'm speaking to you, it's not yet released. But I was in the beta testing team. Very happy with it. You can do like kind of a double exposure, but with a lens, so you have much more control than taking a picture, taking another one, and oh, it's messing with the first one, I need to go again, to do it again. With the lens, you see it live, and you can adjust. So I really like the silver mirror. So it's like a smoky, translucent mirror, and it reflects the surrounding. So here she was looking at the pool, and I tried to find an angle with my mirror to get the wave's reflection to place on her. So it camouflage just the fence and this thing that I don't know how to name this. It also enhanced the picture. It had depth also because it was all in the same focal plane. And I think it complemented the picture by adding some element to the storytelling. So she was where? She was around the pool. You might have guessed because she is wearing a bathing suit, but you now are certain because you can see the waves of the pool. And the last picture, this one, she was trying to find, how do you call this, story, it's a story, but in a video with pomme d'api in French. So she was choosing or picking her next video to watch with me, and I got this idea of capturing this, and I like the anonymity of the way she was placed here. And I went to go get my stretch glass, and the lamp here wasn't adding anything, so I tried to camouflage it, but it was not working. So I simply tried to enhance the light to make it a part of the story. So it's to me, it's yes, the light of the lamp, but also the light of the device here, and she's kind of looking at another dimension of the in the clouds. Not the clouds in the sky, but the clouds that related to the technology. I'm not coherent that much right now, but to me it's like a metaphor of the technology and the internet, and she was like in the air trying to find her next video. Okay, so I will show you the different ones I use. So these are the three ones I used. So this is the seahorse one, this is a stretch glass, and this is the color melon wedge that I call the color crystal. In the next video, you will see me in action shooting my daughter with these three ones, one at a time, and I will show you the final result and the mist that I've got. Let's hope it will show up. Let's sing a song while we are waiting. Again, I will remove the sound as my son was talking to me. My son was the camera boy, and he was always speaking to me. Okay, so I tried to reproduce a picture that I have already done because I wanted to show you how I did it. So, and I didn't keep anyone from this session. I will tell you why later. So I simply tried to, the different ones in front of my lens, I try to add some magics. I try to not overpower my daughters in the pool. I try to add some light magic to complement, to add some atmosphere to the picture I'm creating. But I'm also trying to focus while with my son talking to me, with my daughter speaking to me too, and with me trying to think anything that I should not forget to do this video. So here you can see me changing my wand and directing my daughter. And I think I was a bit cocky or maybe overconfident. And at the very beginning, I tried to place my focus. I'm using the Suite 50 here, but I never overcheck or check again if my focus was right. I was like, it should have worked. I have set my focus, but yeah, I was wrong. So I think I have one picture in focus in all the series, and I don't like this picture, so I didn't keep it anyway. I will show you in a second. So I'm really trying to get my composition right, to not cut my daughter's head. I want her arm to be perfectly placed, and I also want my light effect to be at the right place. And even though it sounds easy, it is not. Every time my light was perfect, my focus was not, or her arms was not placed where I wanted them to be. So it was quite a workout, but I was really happy to do this video with my two children. I'm still very grateful that they were helping me to do this this tutorial. Okay, so this is, I think, yeah, this is where I became very overconfident, and I tried to shoot with two wands at a time. Sometimes it's working, but as you may have guessed, it's very risky because two wands, and I'm very close to my daughter, so I have not many spaces or negative spaces to place the light effect. And yeah, I will show you in a few seconds. The result were not what I to my liking. So let's go. I think it's all the same. Let's stop this. Okay, so this is the final result that I've got before I did this this video. So I really like this picture. I was using the Suite 50, focusing here on her face at f2.2, I guess. I really like to take big and bold risk to get great results. It's really hard to focus, but once you nailed it, the result will please you. It was the end of the afternoon. She was just right back from the tennis camp, and I saw these patch of light in the pool, and I thought, oh, that could be great pictures. And she went at this place by herself, and she placed her like this naturally, so I have no direction to give her, and she was simply relaxing after a big day at the camp. So I have maybe 1 or 2 minutes to make my settings right and run for once, and I used the stretch. I only wanted to get a hazy feeling of a late afternoon. It's summer. Yeah, so I was really trying to enhance the mood here and to complement the storytelling. And I will show you this. If I can switch, yeah. Like that. Okay, so these are raw files. They are not edited at all. This one has the focus right, but because our arms were not extended, to me it's not interesting. Here it's just overpowering, and I don't like at all the mini ones I used at all. And here I didn't not like the picture, but it was not perfect. She has her eyes weird, and I think the focus is in between. So I really like her hair in the water. I like the light effect here, but yeah, she was not perfectly she didn't, her face was not perfect, because I'm doing photos to do family albums. I don't want to place a picture in the family album where my daughter won't like herself. So I'm sure you understand. Okay, so these are other pictures of the one in which I used the ones stories. So here it's a simple portrait, and she really wanted to pose like this, like this. So she has this idea, and she was, "Oh, Mom, please take a picture." And I said, "Oh, okay. Could I use my wand?" She said, "Yes, of course. I want you to help you." And she simply placed the towels on her head and posed like this. So I like that picture because it represents very well how my daughter is. And she, in the next picture, it's also to me a keeper. Even if I know it's not super artistic, but every time she finished swimming, she'd go there, and she go there because the surface is hot, and she likes to warm up there. So to me, it's a great reminder of what she used to do. So let's see how I use the colored crystal wand. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Okay, so here it's just so you can see how it looks. And this is why you don't need to place the ones all over your lens, because it's overpowering. So you need to place it at the very edge of your frame, unless you want to do something very dull, and it can of course work, but with this kind of subject it was simply too much. So again, just be aware of how you use the one. You don't have to place it all over your lens. Just go at the edge at the very beginning. For landscape, it works. You can place it all over your frame. I have seen many awesome pictures with the melon wedge all over the lens, and it's like a surreal landscape picture. But with people, just know what is your intent and what message you want to convey, because you can go too wide with this. And I remember at the very beginning, I tried to place it always all over the lens, and nothing was working. So my first tip of advice here: start at the edge, and then try to see what else you can do with the one. But if you want to have love at first sight with your one, just take it at the edge first. Okay, so the last part of this tutorial, this training, is using light overlays. So a great way to infuse light in your images, if the picture you have in your hand is not lighty enough, you can create your light overlays or borrow some, and I will talk to you about that in a few seconds. And as you will see, you can create pieces of art. I really love the pictures that I have created with the light overlays. It's a great technique to salvage a picture that is okay but not wow. So I will show you how I do in a few seconds. So first of all, I always try to shoot some light images, because I know that I will use it sooner or later. So as soon as I see the light, I try to capture it, and I like to capture the light reverse freelancing, so I can go macro and shoot the light only the light. What I mean by reverse freelancing: so you detach your lens, you flip it, and you place it closer as you can to your body, and now you have for free a macro lens. Don't do this with a mirrorless camera. I don't know why, because I don't have a mirrorless camera, but I've been told to say that from my friends who try to do this technique and get a lot of dust in their sensor. Okay, why is it great to do this technique? It's a fantastic way to infuse light, to infuse your images with light. It can enhance the story. You can create a totally new story. You can add depth when depth is missing. You can complement your picture because you think that it's missing an element, but again, try to don't detract picture. So like in this picture here, there is 3 images. In this one there is 1, 2 plus the base 3. There is 2 or 3, and 1, 2, 3, at least 4 images in this one. So today I'm gonna show you how I created this picture. So let's go watch this editing video. Okay. So, the colors are not right. So the picture is more beautiful in real than in this screen recording. So we'll just stop it here. Just 1 second. Here, stop. Okay, so this is the original picture that I took of my son. So I'm doing this to relax, and my 2 kids are doing like me. So this is why I have this picture regularly in my camera. So I snapped this one. The focus is perfect. I really like his body gestures like that. I like that he is really relaxing. But there's something missing. It's edited. It's not a raw file here. It's edited, but there is warmth missing. There is mood missing because it was really relaxing, but you cannot feel how pleasant it was, or it should have been. And yeah, this is why I try to enhance it. And I'm part of an Instagram loop that is called Light Communion, that was started by the fantastic Amy Shire from England. And each month we share on Facebook light images, so 2 or 3 images in a folder, and we need to use the light image from someone else and include it in our own pictures. And once or twice a month we published our pieces of art, and it's always fantastic to see how others photographers used your images in their own. And this picture was created for the Light Communion group that I was part of, and I'm still part of this group. So you will see that I'm not using my own light images. I have used Natalie Robinson light image, and I don't remember the next one, but it will be written. Oh yeah, it's no, it's not. But yeah, you will see it soon because I have saved the picture with the name of the artist. Okay, let's go forward. That's it. Okay, so this is the final picture, and I will start by embedding light images. So I'm going to my folder and I'm looking for the images I used last month. Okay, it's down, go down. 1 second, I will find these. So each time that I'm shooting light, I'm placing my light pictures in this folder. So it's my playful library. Okay, it's down. Okay, so Jennifer Lane for the flowers and Natalie Robinson for the light effect. So we use these 2 pictures. I have only to select these one at a time. So place embedded, and then you will see you will need to change the blending mode. So the blending mode are here, but before you can do anything, you need to to check this. Okay, so blending mode, and you can try them all. It's not always the same blending mode that is working best for images. often I will use multiply, lighten, screen, overlay, soft light, and hard light. And in this one, I've used the hard light blending mode. And you need to imagine what it can do at a lower opacity, because of course at 100% opacity it's way too much. Most of the time it's way too much. Sometimes I used a light overlay at, I don't know, 8% opacity, sometimes at 20%, sometimes at 50, 70, 80. But I will always mask, always. It's very rare that I don't do any masking on my picture. And you will see I will do some masking in a few seconds. And simply embedding the pictures I have in mind to get the summery mood I had in mind and the peaceful and relaxing mood. So I remember, sorry for the little delay. So these two pictures, I picked them because of their golden tones and because they are screaming summer and they are also very appeasing. I don't know it's an English word, I'm really guessing here because in French we say apaisant. But yeah, I feel relaxed just looking at these two images. Let's guess that appeasing is working. I need to Google this later. Okay, so this one too, I'm trying to select the perfect blending modes to enhance the picture, and again, the hard light was the best one. It's very rare that I use the hard light, but when the background is really plain and the light overlays picture that I will use have textures of definition, the hard light is really a great choice of blending mode. If I only want to, if I have a very dark background and I want to enlighten the background, I will use screen or lighten. And if I want to darken a white or bright background, I will select the darken blending mode. So just experiment, you can go wrong. And now I'm very not straightforward, but I'm really quick now at selecting my images in my blending mode, but at the first time I was completely clueless. I will just stop. So then I was clueless at the beginning because I didn't know first what I wanted to do with my picture, and that's okay. But I was also clueless because I was brand new to the blending mode operation. So first I would suggest to take a picture with an easy background, like do a portrait of your kid on a dark wall, and then experiment with many light overlays or images that you have shot in the past, and try the blending mode, and you will see how it works. Just be analytics for a second, or 30 minutes, or 1 hour, and you will find how it works. If you have a dark background and you have a lighter picture, the lighter part will go through your dark background, and this is what we can see here. So here we have no, this is not what we can see here because I used the hard light, the blending mode. Anyways, just forget what I just say. But yeah, experiment, and it's like doing double exposure but with full total control. Sometimes I can use a picture and duplicate and reduplicate to place the overlay at many locations in the picture. Sometimes I will use an overlay just at the top to enhance the light, or I will use a light picture that has not a lot of detail, but that I like the color scheme, and I will put it all over my own picture just to change the color scheme of my own picture. And this is kind of what I did here with the golden tones of Jennifer and Natalie Robinson, and it just added the warmth that I was needed. And now, as you may have missed because I was speaking, I started to remove some parts. So let's go back So if you are not familiar with Photoshop, use a layer mask and a black brush, in this case a big black brush, and you need to lower the opacity and the flow just to make it more subtle. So here I wanted to remove a bit of the light effect on my son's face, and I will do the same with the flowers. So I'm just removing a touch. So it's not really obvious, but to me it makes the difference. The devil is in the details. So I really try to make it work and to make these three pictures blend together. You can, if you want, use the Gaussian blur and just to remove the definition, the background. So I just wanted to show you. I don't think I kept it at the end, but it's a great way to remove the distraction of sharp elements in another light pictures to keep the focus here on your own subject. So I'm just here unchecking it and checking it just to watch the effect, and if I remember well, I will uncheck it and delete this effect. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh yeah, I will do it in a few seconds. The next thing I will do, once I will make sure that I'm happy with my masking, I will modify the color balance. I feel it's on the greenish side, and I really want to make sure it's more on the red side and magenta, to make it more like the golden tones scheme. So I will, in my midtones here, you can see I'm pushing the reds and the magentas. I will do the same for the shadows and the highlights in a few seconds, so just follow here. And I'm really looking at the overall picture, so not too much to the skin tones for now, just the overall feeling, because I can mask the skin if I don't like the effect on the skin. I'm just trying, and it's you need to experiment. There is no science. It's what your eyes like to see, the moods you feel. Just need to know that these two exist. And I did nothing fancy so far. So I embedded two pictures on my basic image. I select the right blending mode and decrease the opacity. I did some masking, and now I'm doing the finishing touch. So I'm playing with the overall color scheme that I want to be golden, and I will also play with the skin tones a touch in a few seconds. I think that's it. And I like to zoom in and zoom out just to see. Here I want to see the skin, and there is something missing to the skin, so we'll use the curve. Oh, we'll stop here. I don't know if you are familiar with the curves. It's a bit fancy so far, so do it the way you want to do it. I like to look for the number to get my skin tones right. Here I just want to give a bit of warmth, but not on the yellow side. I just want to make it more peachy. So I will look at my number, and it's a bit too complicated to explain it in 2 seconds. So do the technique you like to use, but here I'm just playing with the skin tones. So for those of you who are curious, so I select the blue curves because I want to affect the yellows. I use the targeted tool here, and I pull out the info, and I'm reading the informations here, and I want my magenta and my yellow to be a bit closer because they are too far apart, and the red on the cyan side are too much. I also want to bring up the cyan value, sorry. So don't look at the overall picture, I'm just looking for the face right now, and I will decrease the opacity a lot. I just want to see something really different, because you see, you know, our eyes get accustomed to the colors. So I like to shop them just to then go in between and find the sweet spot. So I have masked my curved stones 100%, and now I use a white brush to reveal what I just did. And I will go really subtle, so my opacity is at 17%, and I'm just adding here and then some more natural skin tones look. And it's quite subtle, but I thought it was needed. It's perfect, the personal preference. I like my skin tones to be peachy. So I think that's it. Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. The black part here to me are distracting. When you zoom out, you can see other details that you didn't see. And this line also is distracting. So I will get rid of that line, and I will soften this part, and I will clone out this part. So just follow along. So I will decrease a bit of the effect in these two parts, because I was thinking it was their fault, but it was not. So I will flatten all the layers in a few seconds. In a few seconds. I was really looking for where from this effect. So I decided to clone out the background, and I will use the dodge tool here that you can find here. I will do this in 1 second, and I will also use the blur tool to make it less sharp. So find the perfect touch tool. I duplicate my background just to make sure I'm not messing around too much. If I make a mistake, I can simply start again. Now I'm looking for the blur tool. I will find it. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, so it's not removed, but at least it's less distracting. And I can focus. And I also blur some of the flowers instead of doing it with the Gaussian blur earlier. That was a bit too much. I prefer to do it locally. Okay, so this black element were distracting. Maybe I was looking too close from this picture, but I decided to remove the dark elements here. And I will zoom out and clone out the line on the side, on the cement. So duplicate the background, use the clone tool, select something to copy over the lines. It was really easy here because all the background was not anything. It was there is no linear symmetry, so I can just clone anything anywhere and it would work. So it was an easy task to do here. So I think it's yeah. Okay, stop. Okay, so you can see here that I show you very rapidly. We'll go back. Wanted to show you another example. So here, stop. This is an original picture I did. So with the Twist 60, a lens from Lensbaby, and the warm tint was there in camera. I really like the effect, but I'm not a fan of the background here. It's not adding anything. So I played in my library light overlay, and as you can see, I used wanted to show you use Wendy picture, and it gives this result. So going back to the presentation here. Okay, so going back to the presentation, we are now at the end of it. So it was about light infusion. I wanted to show you my creative process to tell vivid stories and to add an extra oomph to your pictures. Few things to remember: complement your image. Do not steal the show with your with the light. After all, less is more. So I just hope that I push you to experiment and to play joyfully with the light, with your Omni System ones, with Photoshop, but in an easy way, with not too many techniques. So if you want, we can connect together. Just find me on Instagram. My name or my handle, need to pronounce the H, but my handle is Annick Paradis Photographe. So it's not Annick Paradise, it's Annick Paradis in French. So Annick Paradis Photographe on Instagram. I can't wait to connect with you and to see your beautiful work. Don't be shy to tag me if you use one of the techniques discussed today. And on that, have a great day, night, evening. Anyway, see you. Bye-bye.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
My name is Kristen Ryan. I am a photographer out of Oklahoma, and I am here to talk to you today about pushing your creativity through long-term projects. I started out 8 years ago just trying to be better at photography, and I decided to start a 365 project. It's where you take a picture a day, every day for a year, and I heard it was the best way to grow in my photography, to learn how to use my DSLR, and so I thought I'd give it a shot. And I quickly learned how hard it was going to be. I remember sitting in my first week thinking, how in the world am I going to find some kind of picture every day for a year? And through a little trial and error, I eventually kind of found my groove. I found a good process, and here we are 8 years later, and I'm still going strong. So I want to share with you, I've learned so many things along the way in how to grow my creativity, how to process the times that I get stuck, and dealing with the ruts and the frustrations, everything that goes along with a long-term project. And I want to share with you today how to grow your creativity, how to push through those hard times, and how to get through any kind of long-term project, whether that's photography related or not, just cultivating that creativity and helping you grow. So I'm so glad you're here with me today, and let's get started. So first, let's talk about what creativity is. By definition, creativity is taking a traditional idea and transcending it into a new and meaningful way. So basically taking something that's already there and making it more meaningful to you, whether that be by feeling, perception, whatever that may be. For this particular topic, all long-term projects, I'll be discussing more or less a 365 project. However, you can transcend that into whatever long-term project you may be working on. Creativity in general is something that can be applied to any type of field that you might be working in. That's what's wonderful about this idea in general, is how vast and spread that it can go. It doesn't have to solely be with photography in general. For a long-term project, the benefits of starting one is the way it pushes you to use your creativity. For something like a 365 project, you're living the same life day in and day out. And we constantly feel like, most of the time, we're in this rotation of routine. We wake up, we do the same morning routine, we go to work, we take the kids to school, we come home, we have the same activities. Day to day, nothing feels different. So by taking on something like a 365 project, you're forcing yourself to see the little changes that come in and day out. Most of the time, these changes you would walk right by. We're so focused on getting from point A to point B that we're not looking for those little things. But those are the little things that are changing right in front of us, and that's how 5 years later you're like, how did I get here? So that's a big part of what made me fall in love with my 365 project. It forced me to see the little changes, the daily changes. That could be a shift of light, the leaves starting to fall, the mushroom that grew in the yard that wasn't there the day before. Such little things that I didn't give a second thought to. And it truly made me see my life kind of flash before my eyes in slow motion. And I've never been more appreciative of that. And creativity, being able to process and not only see it, but capture it in a new way every day has been such a blessing. And I want to share with you guys how to do that. So creativity is much different than inspiration. They are not the same thing. You are forced with creativity to look at things in a new way. Inspiration is something that hits us and we feel inspired to capture it. Creativity is doing the work. You're searching it out. You're looking and trying to see the world in a different way. It's not something that you always feel inspired to pick up, but you have to work towards. So creative people tend to be more open-minded. They are open to play and being imaginative. They're intellectually curious, going out into the world to see things in a new and interesting way. And in turn, by being more open-minded, being more playful, that usually will encourage inspiration. You feel gratitude, you feel excitement, you feel joy and want to share that joy and help you to grab your camera. You're more open-minded to have new experiences, new adventures. And within my own project, I've quickly learned this is true. Whenever I feel stuck, I know that if I go on a quick adventure, even if it's just a weekend away, a camping trip, something like that, that brings myself and my family joy, I'll feel inspired. I may not take any wonderful pictures, but I know it's going to spark that inspiration because I'm open to the idea of new experiences, and that brings me joy. And this doesn't mean that for everybody that you need to go visit somewhere new. You have to look in and find what brings you joy. I've truly learned over the 8 years that creativity lives in what brings you joy. If you're open to experience it in a new way, that can be as little as going out and getting an ice cream cone, or something that your kids enjoy and that in turn brings you joy. It's the little things that sometimes you need to go out of your way, make a special trip, do something a little bit different that day, take a different way home, something that will open you to a new experience, no matter how big or small that may be. But in turn, that will spark creativity, help you to see your everyday in a slightly different way, and encourage you to see the world in a different way. So you're probably saying, well, I can't go out of my way every single day. That just isn't feasible. I can't go on trips. What about the everyday when I'm in the thick of it, when my weeks are busy and I'm stressed? How am I supposed to get this done? And this doesn't mean you have to do something big. For me, I enjoy the little trips, but during the week, life is crazy, kids are busy, we're busy. There's no way I can do much other than walk outside for 5 minutes. And these are the things that you don't have to do something big. This can be perception. This can be changing the way you see any room in your house. Take light and watch how it changes through your house. Take one room and see if you can capture it in 5 different ways. Look at the little moments of where you are in life right now. These are the things that are going to encourage you and help you slow down and see every day for what it is. If we can just break down and appreciate where we are today, not tomorrow, not 5 years from now, not how things used to be, but focus on today, you will find at least one thing to take a picture of in that day. I feel like in long-term projects, sometimes the big picture, the big blank book that's ahead of us hinders our creativity. And we feel stuck right out of the gate because we see how far we have to go. When you don't need to be looking ahead. And when you're trying to work through a project like a 365, the only day that matters is today. And if you're living in today and you're working on being in the moment, then you'll find something to capture. Something will strike that inspiration where you want to remember today. Whether that is a stressful day, because not every day is perfect. I capture the bad days just as much as I capture the good days because this is the stage that we're in. My kids have their tantrums, I have bad days, we all have bad days, and that's a part of life. We want to record that just as much as we want to record the happy days because this is my story. This is my life. This is my story. If I printed all these photos out and made it a book and, 100 years from now, my great-grandkids or whoever finds it, they will see my life in stories. The good, the bad, the ugly, everything. And that's what a long-term project like a 365 is all about. You're capturing every part of it. You're living in today and soaking it all in and being appreciative of where we are right now, because every stage passes, life goes by fast. Every cliche is true when it comes to some cliche about life and kids. I've learned that quickly. And I want to capture it. I don't want to look back and regret that I wasn't there or that I was too busy and missed that whole stage. There's been times in my own life that have been very stressful and it feels like a giant blur. And for me, I have those pictures to look back on and, remind myself that happened. This was here. This is the time frame that I had. And I'm appreciative, even though it was heavy and it was a lot. I have that to look back on and say, I made it through that. And I'm grateful. And now here we are in this stage. And this stage is not going to last very long either before something new happens. So it's truly comes from a place of gratitude and thankfulness and just a want to capture every moment that you're experiencing. And just you've made it through another day. And I feel like that will get you a long ways when it comes to a project like a 365.
So for this section, we are going to work on a classic, it's called the egg challenge. It's typically used for finding light and being able to see light. And you take an egg and you basically position it in different areas in light so you can see how it falls onto the subject and you're able to read light better. This is a great activity to do for creativity as well, by taking one subject and photographing it at least 10 different ways. So this is a challenge I want you to work on, and it can really help you to see just the things that you see every day in a new way. By pushing yourself to take one subject, and you can see here I didn't leave the table or the area or the window at that. I was able to take this one subject and photograph it 10 different ways and get a variety of looks and feels from the same subject. So I used different lenses. I had my Lensbaby Trio on for this section right here. And I love that lens in the sense that I have 3 looks just right there. I can kind of spin it in between 2 of the different styles and get almost like a mirror image or reflective feel. It's similar to kind of using the Omni filters, but I love how it reflects the light and the refraction of the different lenses when you put the in between the 2, and you'll see in my final photos the effects that it does there. But this is such a great way to really push yourself. I think for many people where we lack in creativity, it's just simply because we're overthinking. We're looking for something pretty that's right in front of us, and it needs to be how it looks. And that's not always the case. For something like a long-term project, you're going to be seeing the same scene day in and day out. Our lives usually aren't vastly different from day to day. We have the same routines, the same job, school. The routine doesn't change too much. So you have to be able to see little things and notice the small things and see it in a new way, in a new light. And so by practicing something like this, it's a great way to push yourself and be able to look at all of your surroundings. Sometimes having too big of a canvas can make it feel like there's nothing that's different. But when you really take it piece by piece and item by item, you're able to really search out and see one thing in a different way. And then from there, you can find new things that's all around you. You'd be surprised if you actually stop and take a moment to look around and see your life in a different perspective. You'd be surprised on what you can find and how you can see your world in a new way every day if you wanted to. Like I said, I've been working on my 365 project for the last 8 years. I can tell you I don't do that many exciting things. I'm a person of routine myself. I find comfort in routine. So I've really had to get out and push myself and find different ways to see my everyday. And that's also by doing that and by seeing and finding and searching for different perspectives, I'm able to see the changes that I didn't notice before. The little things that I would have walked right by, 8 years ago, I see, and it catches my eye immediately now because I see the difference from yesterday than how it was today. The way the light shifts in the seasons, the way my kids are growing right before my eyes day to day. The way an egg looks different from one side of the table to the next. There's so many things that if you just take a moment and really study it and move it around, move yourself around, try from different light and perspectives, that you can find all sorts of things that you may not have noticed at all. So I challenge you to find one subject, and see how you can capture it 10 different ways. You can work on using different light, different Lensbabies, different lenses, different apertures. There's so many different ways that you can capture something. It's just being more observant and pushing your creativity, pushing your mind to see it in a different way. For this section here, I noticed I wanted more light, more bright light, so I needed to scoot my table because the light had shifted. And I found just by moving the table, my Omni filter flashed through the sunlight and scattered some rainbows across. And that caught my eye when I did that, so I wanted to try to recreate that. So I moved the egg around and searched for that light and the rainbow to come across the egg, and try to capture that with the shadow of my plants in the background. I love the little story that it kind of fell on the table for me. And it's just little things like that, simple moments that just in passing, I notice the little things now, and I'm very grateful for that. And I think that's something that we can do, and no matter what genre we're taking pictures of, you're able to find little things if you just search for it or are paying attention, if you're open to it. Opening our minds to the idea helps you to be more aware when the things do pass you by. I think sometimes we get into a flow of our day that we're just trying to get from point A to point B, that we're not looking in between sometimes. And if you're open, constantly open to new things and new visions and new ideas, that just by being open, they'll present themselves to you. So these are the pictures that I took, the final 10 pictures that I ended up with in just those few minutes. You can see I didn't leave the table, I didn't leave that window. I was able to capture all these different styles and photos with the 2 lenses that I had and the Omni filters and the Lensbaby trio that I had, just by shifting perspective, shifting direction, and a little creativity in how I saw the subject, and going into editing as well. This can go far into editing too, not only capturing it, but then thinking different ways of how you can present it in the final product as well. So I challenge you to find something. It can be an egg. This is a great challenge. It's kind of a classic one for seeing light itself, but you can take any subject. But this week, I challenge you to find one thing and capture it 10 different ways, different styles, different looks. Try to push yourself as far as you can and see what you can do, what you can create. And if you keep working on these type of challenges, I guarantee you that you will find new ways to see the world around you, and in turn help you with any long-term project that you may have, and push your creativity and expand your knowledge and be open to all kinds of things that might present themselves to you.
Right, now let's talk about the negatives. the burnout, the roller coaster that a long-term project is. I don't want you to go into a long-term project feeling like every day is going to be a breeze. That if you live in the moment, if you live for today, that you'll find something, because I'll be honest, it's still hard. Any long-term project, especially a 365, is hard. You're constantly having to be on. And it will get easier with time. I will say, 8 years in, it is now a habit for me, which I'm grateful for, because I'm able to intertwine that pull of joy with grab my camera. They just kind of go together. I don't constantly carry my camera. I don't constantly grab it at every moment, because I don't want to live with my camera. But I'm grateful that I'm able to, I can pick it up, put it away, and still be in the moment with my family. It doesn't have to constantly be with you. But that is a transition. It takes time. When you first start, I highly recommend putting your camera somewhere that you'll grab and is easy to get to if you do find a moment that you like. Because, you don't want to have to stop everybody to go take a picture. Sometimes you just need to be in the moment. So it's finding that balance of being in the moment and snapping a picture. But let's go back to the burnout. It is a part of this process. Any long-term project that you have, you're gonna feel the burnout. It is a roller coaster, but that is 100% a part of this project. I tell everybody that wants to do a 365 that it's a roller coaster, 100%, and that's totally normal. But it's the lows that push us, and it's the highs that keep us going. So you have to embrace it. You have to ride the roller coaster out and embrace it, because it's all a part of this process, and it's how you grow at the end. It's how our work gets better. It's how we continue to push ourselves further. So embrace that. Embrace the highs and the lows. They're all a part of it. I've always said, and I've started to figure out, this is me personally, but I'm beginning over the 8 years to think I 100% believe this, that when you're in your lows, you've reached a point that your creativity is ready to get to the next level. Because think about it, in the beginning, when we're first learning photography, we're excited. We're constantly learning new things. We're pumped, and we're doing it, and we're creating what we're seeing, and it's just this fun and exciting thing. Then eventually it runs out, and we feel like we're awful. We feel like we've been doing this for so long, and I'm only here. When am I going to get better? When am I going to look like that person's work over there? But you know what? You've hit a plateau. You keep learning and you keep pushing through, and you'll get to that next level. I've learned that every time I hit a rut, every time I hit a blocking point that I just feel like, why am I doing this? I'm not learning. I'm not growing. I'm stuck where I'm at. It's because I've come to the end of what I've been working on. I've gotten to the point that I understand, and I've grasped all these concepts that I was excited about before. And now I need to find what's next. I need to get to that next level. And so by hitting this block, for me now, it's a blessing. It's like, oh, okay, I've reached this next chapter in my creative process. And so I start researching. I start finding people that are better than me and that I want to learn from and feel inspired by. And if I get to the point that it feels like have a jealousy or just a dark heart about it, I shut it out, because I want it to come from a place of gratitude, in a place of wanting to learn, knowing they're better than me, and what are they doing different. I'm inspired by them. I want to learn from them. I want to grow and be on that level. And that's the place that you want to learn from. That's how you're going to grow and how you're going to improve. Because no matter what career or what area of work you're in, if you find those that are better than you, you start to adapt, and you start to have the same work processes and the drive, and you feel inspired by them, and you start to have those same tendencies, and you get to that point, and that brings you up to that level that was above you before. And that's such a great thing, but as long as it's coming from a good place. If it comes from a place of jealousy or anger, you won't get there. You're going to try a hard way around, and I mean, maybe you will get there, but it's not going to be enjoyable. But if you come from a place where you feel stuck and you go search in the world for photographers that you feel inspired by, that bring you joy, and that who you would love to have work that is at that level, then study their work. Find things that classes and research and just art pieces, anything that can bring you joy and help you study, because it's not easy. We're not all going to snap our fingers and be that photographer. There are some wonderful people out there that are super talented by natural ability. And then there's a lot of us that we have to work at it. I am 100% one that I have to work at it. This was not something that just came to me. And I love it. I love every bit of the process. And for something like a 365, this gives you the ability to slow down. It gives you the time to put in for 365 days. You can work on growing your work to where you want to be. And every point that you get to a rut, that you feel stuck, that you feel like you're not going to get to be the person that you want to be as a photographer, you're at another level. You've hit that next step that you're crossing up to get up here, and now you have a whole new level of things to work on. And it is such a good thing. So don't let the ruts get to you. Don't feel like you're being blocked. It's 100% a part of this process. And if you keep finding joy, you keep searching out, you keep learning and growing, you're gonna get to that next level, and you're gonna get to be the photographer that you want to be one day.
So I'm going to show you an example of what I mean by being open and ready for anything. This particular day was kind of a rough day. I was not in the best of moods. I came out to water my garden, and my hose had sprayed all of this kind of plant that has taken over this corner of our yard. And when I went to turn off the water, I noticed all the water droplets that had gathered just basically along the edges of all these leaves. And I love these leaves because they're kind of heart-shaped and they always draw my attention. And so just by being open, even though my mind was not in the right place, I was not in the best of moods, I'm very aware of my surroundings and the little things that are different from day to day. And this is what I mean by just being present in each day, being open to everything. You start to pick up on the little things that I wasn't even looking at this plant. I wasn't watering this plant. It just got splashed on by the hose that happened to be overspraying in that direction. And by simply being aware and open to my surroundings and being open to change and adapting to my surroundings, I'm able to pick up on these little things that I would have walked right by. Like I said, I was in kind of a cranky mood. I got outside to be alone for a second, and I saw this and immediately grabbed my camera. And this was my picture for the day. And it's things like this that if you just are in today and focus on being here, you'll pick up on all these little things and be more aware of everything that's around you and pick up on pictures that you may not have seen otherwise. And these are the final products of the photos I captured using the Omni filters and just the few minutes it took me to take them. So in this last section, I thought I would take you through a typical month that I might go through with my creative process in my own 365. Every month varies. I never know, obviously, what my days are going to hold. Some days I'm really busy, some days I'm uninspired, some days it's a lot of work, and I just have to play around. So this would be a typical month. This was back in February, and we just have those slow months where we don't do much and I have to really make an effort to get outside, because I always know being outside inspires me and gives me a little bit of creativity, sparks that creativity. And so for this particular section, we went for a walk just because our family does well outside. So we went to a local park and walked through. I brought my Lensbaby trio with me, and while the kids and my husband played and jumped off this little wall along the trail, I just played with the lenses, played with perception, and got low and just kind of moved around. I tried to capture the story of us walking, the little moments of my husband embracing the kids, and just kind of trail behind. I constantly am looking for leading lines, things like that along our way. Skies really have a big part of my heart. I love capturing them. They are definitely something that brings me joy. And so when we have a beautiful sunset or sunrise, I always grab my camera to capture it. And it can be a quick and easy picture for the day if I need it to be. Flowers are another thing that I enjoy having them in my house personally. So on different days, I am not good at macro photography, but I have fun playing with the different lenses and try to capture the details and the lines. It helps me look at things at a macro level and can be helpful in a lot of different ways. This was another time we went outside. Just on nice days, we head outside and capture just the different walks, the skyline. I try to get that. It can be as easy as like changing our sheets on our bed. I was changing the sheets, the kids came in, they were jumping up and down. So that was an easy picture for the day. It's little things like that, middle of the day chores, stop for a moment and grab a picture. This was running errands to go to the grocery store. I was actually turning around to tell my son to get his hand off the window, and I saw the light coming through his hand really pretty. So I grabbed a quick picture first before telling him to please not touch the window. So just little moments like that. I'm just constantly open, try to have a camera. I use all of my phone, whatever camera I may have with me. For this day, we went for a walk and I liked the lines of the bridge. I didn't really do anything with those photos, but it's always something that I can come back to later. I try, and if it doesn't work out, I have an idea and get that kind of in my head. On days like this, we had a good ice storm basically, so I captured those. I have random projects throughout the month, and those are always fun to think a little bit differently and creatively. I have those nights that I just didn't get a picture until it's bedtime. This day our light in the backyard lit up and we had just a dusting of snow, so one of my kids came out and let me kind of try to capture the low light. Another macro of detail of the snow, which is always fun and different. Different house projects, always try to grab a picture. It's not really something that inspires me, but it's one of those daily pictures that I'll try to capture of the day-to-day. I feel like those are the ones that I find more joy from like 5 years later than I do when I take them. So I'm very conscious of the fact that I still want to capture those little moments, those in-between moments that I may not be inspired in an artistic way, but in a mom way. I love looking back at those, so I'll still grab them. These are just our adventures outside, little details of how much it snowed that day, the line of the snow on the window, the way the light shines in, the coffee, little fun projects to get creative with my coffee, because I love taking coffee pictures. If you follow me, I take lots of those, and I kind of started my 365 with those. So I'd like to get creative with it. Finding light that comes in, like I mentioned before, looking at your room in 5 different ways. I'm constantly setting the light and how it comes in. And then playing, of course, with the different Omni filters are always fun. I feel like when I get stuck, that's one thing I'll grab is just getting to play with light. If the light's not changing for you, the Omni filters, I can change it myself. And so it's just a fun way to get creative and play with a different perspective of your everyday. Window light, I love. I'm not much of an indoor photographer. The outdoor, the sunshine, golden light has my heart. But in those winter months, I really have to check my perspectives because we're indoors a lot. in those cold days. And so I have a hard time with that for my artistic heart. But it is a challenge, and I appreciate the challenge of having to be indoors and doing something that I do find difficult, and having a new perspective on it. And then, of course, the first chance we get to go out on the trails, I love to do so. So that's something that I always get excited about, and it truly has my heart. So I hope you enjoy checking out a little bit about how I capture my everyday, those in-between moments that aren't that exciting. We all have them, but that's what's going to push us to see our life in a new perspective. And that's what's going to push your creativity the most, is those hard days, those quiet days, the days that you don't feel inspired. So keep searching, keep looking, and keep pushing yourself, and you will find new ways to see your everyday. Thank you all so very much for joining me today. I've enjoyed getting to talk all about creativity and long-term projects, and I hope you're able to walk away with a little bit of new inspiration in how to push your own creativity and look at your world in just a slightly different way. I hope you feel encouraged in all those times that you feel stuck, and I hope that you're able to work on those projects, no matter if they're big or small, with a newfound inspiration. Good luck with all of your projects and your journey ahead.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hi, Lensbaby family. I am Mara Magarosi-Leitner, and I'm so excited to be presenting for the Shoot Extraordinary Conference this year. We are going to be discussing the topic today of evolving your portfolio creatively. So let's get started. So first of all, a little bit about me. I am an artist and an educator and an alternative process enthusiast. We're going to go over a little bit about what that means a little bit later. And I am from just outside of Detroit, Michigan. My photo journey started when I was 15 years old, and I got a little point and shoot camera that I split the money with my dad. The next year after that, I started taking a 3-hour, 3-credit photography class at the career tech that was next door to my high school. And after that, I've continued out here collecting degrees like Pokemon cards. I'm currently in process for my MFA in photography. I'm getting that at the Savannah College of Art and Design. I also have a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the College for Creative Studies. And additionally to all of that, I am a founder and curator and artist for the Silver Water Collective, which is a group of 10 women photographers across the United States and Canada that all work in fine art photography in different ways. So if after this presentation you want to check us out, you can take a look at our social media links at the top. So I wanted to start this recording with the hilarity of that I went deep into my external hard drive and found some of the first Lensbaby images that I ever took. These are from mid-2006, which is when I was about 18, I believe, 17, 18 years old. I had just graduated high school. This was my first DSLR. I had a Nikon D200. Don't come at me, Canon people. But, you know, that's what I was shooting at the time. And I was playing around with a Lensbaby 2.0. And when you take a look at these images, you can definitely see that I had a little bit of a vision, I guess I would say, in that I was really very purposefully playing with color. But let's talk about what it really is. I'm just exploring around my house, right? I'm just taking pictures of little plants on the outside of my house. The color choices that I'm choosing, although they kind of go together, they don't necessarily go together. It wasn't like I was being incredibly thoughtful in why I was choosing each color. I was really just, you know, testing out the capacity of what my camera could do. At the time, my camera was brand new and I wasn't really sure how to use it as well as I could have. And also the lens, I was playing around with what the Lensbaby 2.0 could do. And I was really excited to try things out, but I only just wanted to play. I was additionally playing around with Photoshop without any real purpose at all whatsoever. I was just kind of like, okay, let's see what we can do with this and let's go from here, right? And of course, by no means am I saying that this is a bad start. This is just the beginning, right? And so whenever I think about photography, I like to think about this quote from Wynne Bullock, which is, when I photograph, what I'm really doing is seeking answers to things. And I think that that's ultimately what I, as a photographer, am often going for. I am chasing questions. I'm searching for answers. And I want to use photography as the best way to find those answers. And our goal, ultimately speaking, right, is to evolve. And so, of course, I went on the dictionary because I wanted to know actually what evolve meant. And what they said was to develop gradually from a simple to a complex form, which I feel like is a really beautiful way of thinking about this. The idea of evolving from a simple idea to complex ideas is beautiful. And we as photographers should often be pushing ourselves to do that. So how on earth do we get from there to here, right? How do we go from just fiddling around, taking pictures of little things outside of the house, or just bringing our camera from place to place and just seeing what we can find, to taking photographs that mean something, that are purposeful, that we're purposeful in what we're doing, and we're pushing ourselves the entire way. So the way that we make this happen is through the idea of thematic projects. And so the way that you think about this is that if you want to have a purposeful portfolio, they need to be filled with multiple thematic projects over time, which ultimately speaking can last weeks to months to complete. So this isn't something that you do over an hour or two. This is something that you really are purposefully thinking about and pushing yourself forward to make sure that you are continuing to grow on the same thought process. These often involve much deeper research and much deeper planning. So you have to know what it is you like and what it is you're trying to do and how you're going to push yourself to get there. But the cool thing about this is that you can use your Lensbaby tools to convey the meaning that you're looking for. So you want to be very purposeful in what you're using. You now are at the point where you are beyond just using things because they look cool. You want to be able to make sure that the tools that you're using are very strategic and they're going towards the meaning of what you're trying to say. But ultimately speaking, all the points are considered here, right? You need to figure out your inspiration. You need to find your purpose in what you're trying to shoot. You ultimately have to capture what it is you're trying to say. And then at the end of it, you need to output it the way that fits best, that circles back to the theme that you're trying to do. So my favorite step one, and the best way that I think that to start any project is by utilizing an inspiration board. And you may have heard these referred to as mood boards before as well. And this is something that a lot of designers use. And if you're savvy, photographers can use them as well. They can be created in multiple ways. People create them using Pinterest, Google Slides, PowerPoint, etc. You can use them anyway, Canva. There's plenty of different ways that you can utilize creation of making these. They can be digital or they can be physical. If you look behind my head, that's another inspiration board that I have on the wall that has images that are pinned up to it. And they can be for any type of art. Just because you're a photographer does not mean that you only have to look at photography. And I think that's really important to think about and pay attention to, because the best artists, and you're an artist, right? The best artists look at all different types and mediums of art. And you utilize whatever you can find to get the point across that you need to get across. So I wanted to show you an example of what my own personal inspiration board looks like. One thing that is important for me to point out is that I use Pinterest, but I don't go searching on Pinterest for pins that other people have. I place all of my own pins based off of photographers that I'm already looking at. And it's very important to me to make sure that I can find these people later. So what I always do is make sure that I am putting the photographer's name underneath. And I find these photographers from a lot of different places and ways. Some include just magazines, right? I look at a lot of different photography magazines. I look at Photo Lucida. I look at the top 50 every year. I look at Lens Scratch and Lens Culture and all of these websites that beyond Lensbaby, all of these types of websites that show what contemporary photographers are doing today. I also very much pay attention to historical photographers as well. So as you can see from this little section in my inspiration board, I love Julia Margaret Cameron, and I also love Anna Atkins, and I definitely love William Henry Fox Talbot. And the three of them together create a baseline of one of the projects that I'm going to talk about as we move forward with the presentation. And so looking and seeing those photographers as well is important to really show, looking at those photographers really show a grounding in my own work and in the work here. Additionally speaking too, as you're looking through, you can see that I have a lot of different evolutions of a theme, right? So it's very clear that I like flowers. It's also very clear that I like different ways of photographing people, and I also really enjoy abstraction. And I don't try to make my inspiration board fit one particular type of work by any means. I literally, when I'm producing for this set of, or for this board in particular, I am putting what I just like in particular, and I really use it as a way to figure out what themes are evident in the work that I appreciate, and what colors and what palettes and what styles, all of those things that I appreciate to bring me more to the types of work that I really want to focus on personally. So you have your inspiration board. Now what? Now what do you do? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to figure out your project theme. And usually the way that I do that is by figuring out an overarching question. Things that, something that I want to know, something that I am paying attention to, something that I want to discover. And so an example that I can use for a future project we're going to talk about in a little bit, I have a project called The Untended Garden, and I had a set of questions that drove me at the beginning. Questions like, why is beauty considered problematic? Questions like, as a woman, am I an untended garden? And how am I personally not tending this garden? Those are questions that then drove me as a photographer. And so sometimes you just have to kind of think about what questions that you have in life and the things that are around you and how you can photographically answer that. But ultimately speaking, it all comes down to, what on earth are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? And if you can figure out a way to photographically answer that, you will be so much closer to accomplishing what you want to accomplish. So we obviously are here as a part of the Lensbaby conference, and I would be remiss if I didn't discuss the fact that you need to figure out what tools you're going to use. Do I use Lensbaby for every single project I do ever? Not necessarily. But do I use Lensbaby tools very purposefully when I do use them? Absolutely. And I do have some personal favorites that I use pretty often. My first favorite is the Lensbaby Omni Creative System, which I use. I have all those wands that are on there on the little picture that I found on Google. I also have, I think at this point I have every wand that you can possibly get. I started getting them a little bit at a time and realized that I needed more options. The reason why I use the Lensbaby Omni system is because I really enjoy the fact that it can create this otherworldly kind of feeling, because those reflections and refractions of light that are happening in the lens, caused by the glass in front of the lens, that creates an idea that we're going to discuss a little bit later, but the idea of shooting things that are not actually there. And what does that mean photographically? The other lens that I really, really love and I always go back to is my Lensbaby Velvet 28. I love this lens because of the soft painterly quality that it gives, and I used it very specifically in a set of work that we're going to discuss in a little bit, because of that painterly quality and the way that I wanted that to reference. So let's talk specific projects, right? I have 3 projects that I'm going to discuss in this particular presentation, and each one kind of feeds into the next. These are projects that I started making within the past 2 years. So yep, these are all starting 2020 on. Okay, so the first project we're going to discuss is called Mistrusting My Nature. The next few images are all from this particular project. And it started off because of a conversation. I was in a conversation with somebody who was critiquing my work, not even this work, previous work before that. And they said this little quote that bothered me. They said, "You can't photograph things that you can't see." And I thought that that was really close-minded, I guess I would say. Because sure, okay, you can't photograph things that aren't there necessarily, but anybody who's played with any extensive amount of slow shutter speed knows that you can photograph things that you can't see all the time, right? Macro, I don't know about you guys' eyes, but my eyes don't see at that level, right? So you can and you can't, right? And that idea of photographing things that aren't there, that it's very strange, but it's also something that was really interesting to me conceptually. And so at the time, I was really focused on photographing specifically about anxiety disorders. At this time, that I had just come off of a 5-year project called Hyperstimulation, which was specifically about photographing how panic attacks affect people. And so because of that, I was still kind of on this kick, even though I was slowly transferring out of it. So in this particular set of work, I am focused on the idea of derealization, which according to WebMD is a mental state where you appear detached from your surroundings. So it's this idea that objects may seem too real or not as real around you. And sometimes you feel like you're swimming through a fog, but everything appears to be hyper-focused. And when I wrote the artist statement on this particular work, I talked about the idea that you may find yourself staring at the same area of blank wall for what feels like forever. But when you snap back into reality, only a few seconds have passed. And this derealization is this idea of your mind protecting itself, right? And so this feeling will eventually pass, and maybe some of you know what I'm talking about, and eventually the feeling passes, you go back to normal, and the world will speed right back up. And so what I was doing when I was looking at this particular set of work was that I was using that Lensbaby Omni system specifically to try to photograph that weird state of being hyper-focused on something, but still feeling hazy and foggy around it. And that feeling that nothing is quite real. So I'm shooting this all Nikon D750, so full frame. I am using the Lensbaby Omni system, but specifically the Lensbaby Omni system with the color expansion pack, because at the time, those two crystals were my bae. In my editing techniques, you'll probably find this a little bit surprising considering all the color that's in these images, but I did not edit these for color. I did not push them for color at all whatsoever. I literally did some very slight adjustments to the exposure and called it a day. And so these images were very purposefully shot in a way that pushed the boundaries of what I felt like photography could be. Additionally, let's talk about output. Okay, output's your last step. It's step 4, right? If we looked at our little steps that we were talking about. I am an alternative process enthusiast. That means that I am a full, true believer that your photography is not complete until it comes out in the print. Okay? And so because of that, I'm not somebody who just prints something on glossy and calls it a day. That's not me. So what I did in these particular images is that I did an experimental printing process where I used hand sanitizer to transfer ink onto another piece of paper. And I also used alcohol-based transfers on birch. So I'll show you the differences. So this is a paper piece. You can see the texture of the paper behind it. This is a wood piece. You can see the grains of wood, especially in the upper corners and down here towards the bottom. These 6 are all wood pieces, and these 2 are paper. And these are in a smaller scale. So the wood pieces were at 11 by 14, and the paper pieces were at 13 by 19. So here we are, still in 2020, and the next project we're going to talk about is where I started talking about a lack of control. So as you can already see by looking at this triptych, these images are related to the previous ones, right? They feel similar, but they're a little different. There's something else going on here. And these images were obviously an extension of the previous project, but this started being a discussion of what I felt like was control and how I felt like photography played into that. So these images were shot while I had an artist residency at the Siren Detroit, which is a hotel downtown. During the pandemic, they were allowing artists to just come and stay there, which was beautiful. And so I was shooting Detroit architecture and Detroit textural elements using the same methods that I was shooting with Mistrusting My Nature. But I was doing it for a little bit of a different reason. I'm still using Lensbaby Omni. I'm still specifically going color expansion pack with it. But as you can see, this work is has a different vibe, a little bit bolder of a vibe, a little bit more pushing boundaries of a vibe. And so my artist statement with this was really discussing about how I've spent my entire life trying to control every single little thing around me, often very much at a great detriment to myself, except for photography. And that the only space that I allow things to be and that I push myself to break those boundaries is photography, because I'm often chasing the idea of a lack of control in my work. So as Lensbaby photographers, I feel like you guys will understand this vibe, right? This idea that any photography that's like too perfect, too particular, too measured, that's uninteresting to me. If you want to have a conversation with me about your camera and how many megapixels it is, I'm sorry, love y'all, but I'm not interested, right? I'm interested in pushing those boundaries and what I can make my camera do that maybe somebody else can't quite figure out. And so because of that, I'm really interested in that idea of like just trying to figure out new methods and trying to be a little bit Bill Nye with a set of experiments, right? And so this work was very, very, very specifically about abstraction, because I wanted to make sure that I was, as I put it in my statement, I was chasing a world less mundane than the one that I occupy. And I feel like that is a really interesting thing to think about, right? That my photography then lives in a different space than the one that I live in, right? So as far as output goes, right, we're still in the same vibe. We are just doing slight exposure adjustments, just a little bit. Those colors are straight from the Omni, and those colors were very much on purpose. Okay. Additionally, I'm doing an alternative process again. I am doing on this time alcohol-based transfers on wood. So similar to the birch transfers that I was doing before, this is also birch, but I'm doing these at a much larger scale. So each one of those little panels from the diptychs or triptychs is 16 wide by 24 tall. So you can multiply it across. So each one of these is 24 by 32 across, which is much bigger, right? Much bigger, much more in your face, much more present. And I had a show of these and they were very in your face, bold and beautiful and pushing boundaries. And that was the purpose of this work, to draw that attention to this type of process, this type of work, and this way of working as a photographer. All right, y'all. So I'm giving you a little bit of a sneak peek. Well, maybe not that sneaky, but so we've hit the point to my current work, which I started in 2020. So all of that was happening in 2020. A lack of control ended in August. And by the time I hit about October, I started the Untended Garden. And this work started literally because I was watching an artist statement, in artist talk, I'm sorry, from a couple of artists, and they brought up this idea of untended gardens gather dust. And I had this visceral reaction, right? And I thought to myself, well, am I an untended garden? As a woman, am I an untended garden? As a woman in my 30s, am I an untended garden? Right? And so I wanted to find a way to use that metaphor of a garden to represent my coming of age as a woman. And so I'm doing this through a variety of techniques and processes to highlight the different parts of the aging process and the different components of being a woman. So this is like I was saying before, do I necessarily use my Lensbaby tools for every single thing that I do? No, I don't, because I have a lot of different tools, right? And so am I using the Lensbaby for every single bit, or Lensbaby items for every single bit of this project? No, I'm not, but I am going to particularly highlight the images that I am using Lensbaby for. Okay, so in this particular project, I am using the Lensbaby Velvet 28. I'll show you which ones I'm doing that for. I'm also using the Omni here as well. I am using the mirror wands, which are new. And I'm also using the prism wand. So if you look in this image, the image on the left is using the prism. In this image, I am layering images over top of each other, but those are using the mirrors. And these ones are also using the mirrors. So the artist statement for the Untended Garden really discusses and unpacks this idea of why I've spent so much time questioning who I am and why I see myself that way. And so my goal is to pair both self-portraits, which are coming up in a second, and experimental abstract imagery, which you see before you, as a way to process through all of these different types of ideas. Because, honestly, because throughout my entire life, and I think throughout the entire life of most women, we're told that there's a certain set of perfections that we have to uphold, right? And many of those ideas of what it is to be perfect or what it is to be an ideal woman, those clash with what I believe. And so because of that, I really wanted to explore this fracture of thought. So that idea of fracturing, that's what's coming into play here with these particular images. I'm purposefully layering things over top of each other to play with that idea of fracturing. I think it is important to say too, just as one little mention, rarely do I ever just let the tool be the only thing that happens in an image. So when you look at these particular images, yes, I'm using the mirror wands, but I'm also layering and I'm also playing with color and I'm also doing some other things too. I'm rarely just having the tool itself be the only thing that's happening there. And so that combination makes it, takes it away from being about the tool and takes it more towards being towards the idea. So that's something to consider. So these images are using the Lensbaby Velvet 28, and these are photographs of me that then I am doing a alcohol-based or hand sanitizer-based, which is alcohol-based, right? Inkjet transfer process onto paper, which is creating these painterly lines that are in the image. And then I'm placing flowers over top and re-photographing them because I wanted to create this idea of symbolically putting space between myself and the viewer, right? I'm also, though, very purposely photographing parts of me that I don't like, as a way for me to reconsider and reevaluate those parts of me and understand why it is that I don't like them and maybe appreciate them a little bit more. But I'm also using these flowers and the garden in general because I see that there is a comparison here, right? So gardens operate in cycles. There's seeds, there's beginning growth, roots taking hold, stems and leaves reaching high, different flora, and then eventual death at the end of the season just to repeat again. And to me, photography works in a very similar way. There's that initial idea, and then there's that capture of light, There's making your aesthetic choices. There's coming back to the materiality of the physical print. And then you have new thoughts. And then you come back to it and you just keep cycling back through. And every single time that you're doing that process, you're pushing that idea further and further, just like a garden pushes itself further and further through. So, y'all, this is my thesis work, right? And so because of that, am I done? No. Soon I will be done. End of this school year, I will be done. Be graduated. See me crossing fingers, right? Okay. So because of that, am I done in particular with all of these images? With the ones that show texture, yes. So these ones in particular, I am done with these ones. But the images like these ones, I'm not necessarily done with them yet because I haven't considered how I want the print. I'm considering fabric right now, but I'm not 100% sure, because in my head I'm thinking about how I want the exhibition to go, and that's a huge part of this process and conversation too. If you're making work a solid body of work, guess what, boo, you get to exhibit, right? As long as you figure out a person that you want to, a gallery or space, or find somewhere to show, you'll have enough work to do so. And so when we talk about the output with the Untended Garden, I am editing color very, very purposefully here. I'm choosing this color because I wanted to have the girliest palette ever. Okay? I wanted people to see this work and go, oh, that's pretty. Because I wanted it to have that beginning to then sneak through and have this serious conversation. So I am still doing alternative experimental printing process techniques. These images, like I said, are hand sanitizer on paper with then flowers placed over top and then rephotographed. So the initial images are 16 by 20 that I then rephotographed, but now I can print them as large as I want. And I definitely have some thoughts and ideas towards how large I would want them to be. And like I said before, I'm still formulating a lot of my other choices. So you may think when you're looking at this, like, hey, Mara, every time you photograph, it's just dead serious out here. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, I still have to play, right? I still have to think about this in a way that makes it so that I still learn new things. So this image, and there's a couple images from this, but I really have only shown one so far. This is when I got the Lensbaby Obscura and I was playing around with it. And that's my best friend. We were out at a botanical garden in Detroit on Belle Isle, and we were just playing around. And when I tell you that I was so frustrated this day, only because I was just tinkering with this, I couldn't quite figure it out. And then all of a sudden, something magical happened, and this image happened, and it was beautiful, and I was so excited. And so now in the back of my head, I know what this type of work looks like, and I'm thinking, okay, how can I use this in my next project, or what I'm potentially playing with next? Because your goal is to have your range of technical things that you know how to do, and to push those technical things into the slots of what your thematic choices are. So I don't quite have a thematic choice for this technique yet. That's okay. I'll have one eventually. But as it stands right now, it is something that's cool for me to play around with, just for beautiful singular test images. So what I want you guys to think about as we're wrapping up this presentation and the idea of thinking about your projects, evolving your portfolio creatively and thematically, is that the ultimate goal here is always growth. So this image is just one of those little images from 2006 of just a little flower that I found outside. And when I look at this work and then I look at the work that I'm shooting now, I can clearly see the difference in what I'm doing and how I'm pushing those boundaries creatively. Because ultimately speaking, you need to just push your work on to the next level. You don't want to be in a rut. You want to be pushing yourself further and making it so that your work is the best that it can possibly be. Because ultimately speaking, we're all right there on the cusp of something truly beautiful. So I would love it if you stayed in touch with me. So here are all sorts of ways that you can find me. Once again, so these are my those are my Instagram. That's my personal Instagram on top, Mara Magarosi, which is it shows all my personal work and things that I'm getting involved with and different shows that I'm in. And then also the Instagram for the Silver Water Collective, which is the group of 10 women that I'm a part of. So if you're really interested in different ways that fine art photographers play with ideas and push their work to the next level, feel free to give us both a little follow. I hope that you have a great rest of your experience as a part of the Lensbaby Shoot Extraordinary Conference for this year. And I hope to see you soon. Keep shooting, keep being creative, push those boundaries. Talk to you soon.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Y olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Rich, could you introduce yourself to the Lensbaby community for those that don't know you?
Sure. My name is Rich Romanowski. I am a photographer based out of the greater Philadelphia area. I've been photographing since I was probably about 13 or 14 years old with just a 35mm point and shoot camera. But professionally now, I've been 21 years doing high school and college yearbook photography. And then with Lensbaby, I think I've been with, or at least using your lenses for probably about 7 or 8 years now. And I saw a picture in a magazine way back when there were photo magazines of a miniature baseball game. It was shot from way up in the stands. People were tiny. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I had no idea how it was done. Didn't know Lensbaby existed. Did some research, tried some different camera or different lenses. Nothing worked. Then I go to camera shows, use stuff. So I picked up a Lensbaby. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I think it was a Scout with a Sweet 35, and I actually didn't like it. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know, and I don't think I was on Facebook or anything at the time. So I didn't know there was a community of support for Lensbaby and to show that, okay, blurry stuff is okay. I don't think I used that lens for more than a month or two before I wound up selling it back on eBay. And I tried other stuff, and then I think might have been the Edge 50 was my first official Lensbaby purchase, and Composer Pro, obviously, and did a little research, found some images. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. And since then, I've just been hooked. I think now, or in fact, just last week, I got a used twin glass and I think it's the wide angle adapter that was one of the original Lensbabies when it was IES and not just Lensbaby. So yeah, that's a collector's item. That's right. Best $9 I've spent so far for Lensbaby.
Really?
Otherwise, I think I have 10, 11, 12 lenses. I lost count. I might pick up another one because I need it. Not really, but I'll buy it anyway.
So your journey took you as a photographer from a point and shoot camera starting in about what, 8th grade?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Into a space where you were more interested in kind of branching out from at that point a career already well established as a photographer. What made you said you saw some baseball game that had been miniaturized. Was that obvious? Like you didn't know Lensbaby existed?
Nope, I had no idea. This lens? In fact, I thought it was perspective control lens.
Right.
Nikon's got them, Sigma's got them, and Canon's got them. So I picked one up at one of the camera shows that I went to, and found out it really didn't do much of anything.
So it was you got a tilt shift lens first, and that wasn't good enough.
No, not at all. It did a little bit, but it didn't give the perspective I was hoping to have.
Interesting.
And even way back when I was with the 35mm point and shoot, I'd experiment. I would try any film. I would try different exposures if possible with a point and shoot, different processing. I would shoot slide film. I'd have it cross processed. I'd do prints from that. I would scan stuff. And even I would use color infrared slide film, which was very, very expensive, very difficult to use. Did a lot of reading on it, lots of fun. The lab, I think there was only 1 or 2 in the Philadelphia area that would process it, and they hated every time I came in because it had to be hand processed.
Right. Yeah. You can't.
No machinery. No nothing.
Yeah, there's
So,
too much leakage in all those machines.
well, it's not just linkage, it's something with an internal sensing light in the processing machine that it would just automatically fog the film.
Right.
So to hand process infrared slide film, probably not fun.
So you were changing your film in a black bag if you had to change it, or just changing it at home.
Yeah, or in a completely dark room, towel on the crack of the door, stand there for a few minutes, make sure there are no light leaks, and then throw it in the
I've been there. Yeah, I shot a lot of infrared film back in the day, and
it's fun. And there were 2 or 3 different types. Kodak had 2, and then eventually Ilford came out with a black and white they had a black and white infrared, and then I think they had something close to a sepia toned film too.
So what I'm hearing is that you have been like eager to try new things, like for a long time, like since that point and shoot.
Yes, with Lensbaby, you could experiment with anything. And
so when you've been doing this, because we're talking, I want to ask you about the aspect of the motivation of fear. Our mission statement is we empower artists to move through fear to discover extraordinary creative freedom. And that I'm thinking about, like, most photographers would think, oh, I have to load this in a completely dark room. It might be completely fogged by the lab. The lab's going to be cranky with me when I get there. All of these things are layers.
Terrifying. Yeah,
and you have no idea what you're going to get until you get there, because the film sees something different than what your eyes see.
Exactly. And even starting out professionally, I would do weddings for friends. I wouldn't advertise. It was word of mouth, friends of friends. I did maybe a half dozen or so, and a few of them were on film to start. And talk about terrifying. Because I know my exposures, I know what I'm getting, I don't know what it looks like. So obviously then you tend to overshoot something just to make sure you shoot a roll of film for one image. Now that everything's digital, it's so much easier. There's experimentation. You don't have to carry 5 different speeds of film, going from 50 to 1600, going, oh, now I got to change half a roll because I'm going inside. I need 1600, but we're still doing some photos outside where it's really bright and sunny, or in shadow, I have to throw in a 400. Now, digital cameras go from, I think the lowest now is like 50 ISO up to outrageous 250,000 ISO, which
isn't it crazy?
I don't understand why that even exists, because where on earth are you going to use that?
Well, if you've tried them, you know that it's mainly marketing. But
but
to be able to shoot at 50,000 is crazy. But okay, so
the highest I've had to do so far is about maybe 32.5.
So I want to go back. Like,
right.
Most of our users are used to, whether they've shot film or not, and had to face these issues of not knowing if they have the job in the bag at the end of the day, or having to change film, or have an extra camera body, or all of the things that came with shooting weddings. As a photographer that hasn't shot a ton of weddings, you said you were terrified. Talk to me about that terror, and when did it subside?
It's the fear of not knowing that you're going to have it. I mean, especially with film, of not knowing if the lab's going to essentially screw up your job, or if the film even went through the camera properly.
Right.
If you had a problem with your camera, because once I bought a used camera, no problems, went on a job and processed by the lab, and they came back, they're like, oh, there's something wrong with your camera. I have no idea. There was no pressure plate. So every time the film went through, the film is floating there's nothing holding the film steady. So I shot a job where there were images, but it was all kind of fuzzy, not the good fuzzy with Lensbaby. And I might have been like a soccer game or something, so it was easy to go back and shoot. But the lab saw it, and they're like, "There's something really wrong with your camera." And I looked at the camera before I bought it. The store that I got it at, they said, "Oh yeah, it's fine. There's no problem." They didn't even notice that the pressure plate was missing. So, and for those of you who have no idea what a pressure plate is, way back in the film days, when you open the back of the camera to pull your film across, there's a little plate that sits on the back of the door that when the film advances, it holds it steady and flat. And that was missing. So essentially my film was floating and it had movement within the back of the camera.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be something to play with for special effects, but like you said, it was not a good fuzzy.
No, not at all. No.
I'm sure that informed your fear later of all the things that could go wrong, and yet also something that you could put aside and say, okay, well, I know to check for that.
And now it's experience that, okay, that was a bad experience. I've had other things happen. I've had lenses break. Once I was all set to go for a football game, had my second camera with my long lens on the back of my truck. I thought it was secure. It wasn't. Boom, right onto the ground. And lenses are made to separate at the connector so it doesn't damage the body. Did exactly what it's supposed to do, but not right before a football game. I didn't need that. So yeah, I still got what I needed. I just had to work a little bit harder with different lenses, get a little bit closer, stand closer on the sideline, and depending on, in football games, you don't really want to stand close to the sideline, but sometimes you got to push the limits.
So that had to be, and there was an aspect of fear there, and I'm sure you were energized to actually, figure this one out and do it completely new. I mean, it sounds like as you're talking about shooting with shorter lenses on the sideline next to, speeding football players.
Yes, and dodging the officials and everybody else standing there. So.
Right. How were your images of that? Were they?
They were fine. Thankfully, it was a nice, bright, sunny day. The lens that broke was a 120 to 300. I have a 70 to 200, so that was enough for football, cheerleading, and everything else that was going on. But yeah, and thankfully that was digital days, so I knew I had what I needed. I didn't have to worry about having to go back and try and explain why I didn't get what I needed with film. And
well, I mean, and it sounds that your experience had prepared you to have some substitute equipment that would be, good enough if the other ones goes out. Instead of changing roles on a single camera at weddings, you've got a couple cameras ready, or at least a couple lenses ready.
Yeah, and as a professional, you need, at most for a job, I'll carry one, but I know I have at least two more in the truck just in case, or depending on the event, I'll carry 2 cameras. In a very rare event, I'll carry 3 cameras, and that's usually a graduation or some big event where there's dignitaries that you're locked into one spot and you can't move, so you literally have to carry everything conceivable, not knowing that if you're going to even have the access, the range, because you can't walk into a graduation in a stadium and, okay, I'm going to go up to the stage. No, you can't really do that anymore. I did one graduation, University of Pennsylvania, forget who the speaker was, but from the stage to where we were photographing from was probably about 150 yards, if not a little bit longer. And there were photographers that showed up with maybe a short zoom thinking, okay, I'll get my images and I'll be out of here. And I'm sitting there watching them. And I'm like, you're probably not going to get much of anything, or you're going to really have to zoom in, use your DX crop in camera, and then kind of keep your fingers crossed. Where I'm just over experienced from years and years of doing it, carry everything. As cumbersome as it is, I've gotten to the point where I'm happy with one camera, one lens, a flash if needed. I'll be fine. Something like that. Carry it all. If you're not going to use it, that's fine.
So Rich, we're talking about your professional arc, but you also do a lot of street photography. You do abandoned structures and abandoned
that's my happy place.
Yeah, and so talk to me about like street photography. That takes some bravery to be shooting people that you don't know, and sometimes
the crazy thing is, I photograph people on a daily basis for high schools, colleges, and all that. My personal work, other than some street photography, I try not to photograph people. I don't pose them well. I'm awkward when I have to say, okay, let me take a picture, and they strike some pose. I'm like, that's not what I needed. Street photography, depending on where you are, you could stand in one spot and disappear. Occasionally for work, I have to go to New York City. I'll do my assignment, and then I'll just walk around for an hour or two and stand in one spot. New York City, you disappear. No one cares. You've got a camera. Other people have cameras. Everybody's got a cell phone now. Everybody's taking pictures. You just blend into the background.
When you first started
I don't like to interact. And I've read articles, I've seen other people's work where they say, okay, I'll talk to people, I'll pose them, I'll move them a little bit. And like, okay, yeah, that's street photography, but then that's portrait photography where you're saying, okay, strike this pose, do this for me. I will just stand and watch people.
Do
give
you
them a couple
find
minutes, see what they do? What was that?
Okay, did you find early on that there was some anxiety about photographing strangers?
Definitely, because all it takes is one person to not like them having their picture taken and be confronted, and I'll be like, okay, I'll delete it, and that's fine. But it's that confrontational that I can't deal with. So that's why I'll stand with my back against the wall, just watch people walk by. And if people make eye contact with me, depending on their face and how they react to me, I'll be like, okay, you don't get a picture. Other people they don't see me. I grab a few pictures of what I need, and I'm good to go.
So in that situation, there's a constant kind of navigating of, do I want a confrontation here? Do I
exactly?
Is there a connection that I could actually make with them, but I'm not going to pose them? And so you found an equilibrium between the anxiety of photographing them and the what you're there to see and what you're after.
Yeah, I would rather miss a photo than have to explain something to someone and say, okay, this is what I want. Stand here, lean this way, pose this way. That's not what I'm looking for. If I wanted something like that, I'd hire a model, go somewhere, take some cool photos. And I would rather essentially, and how I like to do weddings and other events. And for work, I do a lot of proms and dances and stuff. I just want to be a fly on the wall. I want to get people's reactions. I just want to blend into the background and see what I could get. Street photography, that's the best way to do it. And especially with digital now, you can immediate results. If you don't like your exposure, you could change it. If you don't like your lighting, you could change it. There's so many options now. And especially with Lensbaby too, some of the longer lenses like the Edge 80, even the 50, and of course my favorite, the Burnside. Everybody should buy a Burnside. Highly recommended. It's great. Trust me. They're all good for street photography. And now I'm thinking, I read somebody's reviews online, the Velvet 56 and the 80. Or is it 80 or 85?
85.
For like street photography. So I'm like, I don't have them yet. I don't. Most of my stuff is not velvety soft. I have the Velvet 28. I always turn it down to like a 4 or 5, 6 to get away from the shiny, ethereal look. But I like the longer lenses for street photography.
Yeah.
35, the Burnside 35 somehow is fine for street photography, and a lot of other photographers use 35 millimeter for that closeness. Burnside is fine. The Edge 50 is fine, depending on what look you're going for. But even the twist, but still, there's the fear of intimacy. Like I said, I photograph people constantly outside of work. I would rather be in an abandoned building, photographing stuff like that. I go to some historical places. I would rather photograph that. I will pretty much photograph anything. I do nature, still life, whatever I'm in the mood for. And like I said, I just got the double glass and the adapter, so I've been playing with that. And whatever piques my interest, I'll stop and grab a photo. I have a favorite spot near my house that is great in the fall, great color, some yellows, some oranges, and it's a very quiet road where there's not a lot of traffic. So of course I was standing in the middle of the road the other day taking pictures of just an empty road, and I'm happy doing that. But for something like that, it's the fear of getting run over.
Yeah.
See, there you go. Standing in the middle. And I don't know how I do it, but a lot of the stuff I like to photograph, I somehow have to stand in the middle of the road. Yeah. Even when I'm in Philadelphia, occasionally doing some buildings and some other things, which Philadelphia's got some sketchy places, I find myself having to stand in the middle of the road. And Philadelphia, not a good idea to do that.
Well, and I will say that I'm hearing a lot of parallels with my photojournalism career, is that you've been a photojournalism for schools, or a photojournalist for schools, and that requirement, I mean, you got to get names, you got to move toward people. You don't necessarily for the school so much, but for me, that was a.
It's just, for me, it's just a matter of taking pictures, getting a lot of pictures, different faces, and just handing them back to the school. So most of the time I don't have to identify anybody. It's great.
So regardless, there's, whether you need those names, there's been an arc from you going out with your, I think you had a VR35 Kodak, which I shot myself. I love that little camera.
My father got it as a prize.
Flip up flash. Wait a minute, hold on. And the arc from just photographing your friends to photographing strangers and going out into abandoned things. You talked about the fear of intimacy of having too short of a lens. Like there are things that you've grown in, and I'd like to hear what's been the most anxious thing that early on in your career is just a piece of cake now.
I think it was just the fact of being a photographer, because when I've been taking pictures since like 8th grade. Never actually had any proper training in photography until maybe end of sophomore year, early junior year in college, because I changed majors. Started as a business major, found out I was terrible in all things business, counting, statistics, everything not for me. I had friends that were communications majors, and they're like, oh, come to us, we don't take tests. I'm like, we do projects, we do fun stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll be right over. But I had to interview with the head of the department in order to get into that major. So beyond that fear, because I wasn't good in science, beyond that, I didn't know what I wanted to do. And okay, photography, maybe I could do something like with that. I did some desktop publishing, I learned that, but I stuck with photography. I initially had one class in the darkroom where you learn how to process black and white film, do your prints and everything, and I really caught on quick to that. And within weeks, people are asking me questions about what I'm doing. Like, I don't know, I'm taking the same class you're taking. But I used to anger my instructors because they'd always say, make a contact sheet, look at all your images, see what you want to do. I would not do that. I would hold the plastic sheet up to the light or whatever and go, okay, I'm going to pick that frame. I'm going to work on that. And that's kind of how I work now with my images. I don't do a lot of editing, some dodging, some burning. I'll clean up spots if needed, but I use Adobe Bridge as basically my viewer. I'll pick an image, I'll work on it, and I'll go from there. So
Rich, I want to back up.
Yep, I know I get sidetracked.
You said you were the anxiety that you identified was that of being a fear of being a photographer.
Oh,
what
yeah,
do
well,
you
yeah,
mean by that?
just the fear of, okay, I take pictures, and I don't know if I can make a career out of it. I had zero intention of being a professional photographer. After college, I did desktop publishing. I worked for 2 companies doing catalog work, and that was boring. I owned, at that time, I think I had the Nikon 8008. It was a autofocus. I had maybe 1 short zoom and maybe a flash. And I'm like, okay, the job posting for where I currently work opened up. I applied for that, and I applied for photo printer at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Needless to say, I did not even get an interview there. But for the company at the time, the name was DeVore. I think I interviewed with them on a Monday afternoon. They called me that, I think, Wednesday or Thursday to say, oh yeah, we'll hire you. And I think I started the following Monday or Tuesday. So I never gave my 2-week notice. And my manager knew I went for an interview when I took Monday afternoon off. He's like, you had an interview? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. It's like, yeah, I don't blame you. So
you
I didn't know what I was doing. I'm like, okay, I own a camera, I own a lens, I own a flash. I think I owned a flash at the time. I had a fear of flash photography because I think TTL, it was good, but it's obviously nothing like it is now. Manual flash, knew nothing about because I never learned it really. I did some studio work.
So what I'm hearing now, flash is a whole different thing on.
Oh God, yeah. My first assignment, I had faculty photos at a high school, and I still know the school. I blew out every face because I overexposed it.
Yeah, and so again, we're on film here, and yes. Flash really isn't a factor.
The general fear of not knowing.
Flash isn't even a factor for most photographers because our cameras go from 50 to at least 20,000 ISO or 25,000 ISO. But wait a minute. So you just ran after it. Like you had some anxiety about being a photographer or about being able to do the job or do it professionally. And you just said, hey, I'm going for it. Like, what was the motivation for that? Like you just wanted to conquer it?
No, I think I just needed a job. I needed something to do. And I figured, okay, photography. And I've always loved Matthew Brady's documentary work of Civil War and other photographers. I'm like, oh yeah, that's fun. When I first started taking pictures, I would do stuff like that, but I didn't know that beyond that what I could do with it. And I'm like, oh, I guess it's almost like a day by day. Like, okay, I have my assignments, I go, I do them. Since I didn't hear any negative comments on the image I was sending to schools, I'm like, I guess I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
So 21 years later, I'm still doing it. And now that it's digital, it's so much easier. One camera card, it gives me an option of 3,100 photos.
Crazy.
If I fill that, I I've done something wrong because no one needs that many photos for a soccer game. But like personally, I don't go out and shoot a lot. I'll grab a few images here. I've gotten to the point where I know what I like. I know it, depending on the mood or where I am, what I'm going to photograph. Or when I was laid off because of COVID, technically I was still alone. I was just happened to be driving in my car, out taking pictures, not dealing with other people. I would just drive around to see what I could find. I would try and go to different places because with work, my territory is within 200 miles of home. So I've been on many roads, some usually stick to the highways, but this gave me the opportunity to just drive around and find anything and everything. I'll photograph abandoned buildings, churches, anything. Some days I wouldn't find anything. I'd be like, I like that, but the lighting's not good. Sometimes my subjects, it's not about the subject itself, it's the light on the subject. And I'll have my bag of Lensbabies. I'm like, okay, I'll try it with the Edge 50. Didn't like it. Maybe I'll try the twist for the background. And everything I photograph, wide open. I don't know why you bother putting apertures in there, Craig. They're not needed. Just shoot everything wide open. It's great. So I'll try, if I see a barn or flowers or something, I'll try different lenses. Some stuff I photograph, no one sees because I don't necessarily like it. Sometimes it's just an exercise for me to see what I can get out of it. I photograph nature. I'm not a good nature photographer. I get lucky sometimes. Other people, all they photograph is nature. People can go into a forest and see all these green trees and get a nice photo. And I'll walk in, I'll see, oh, just green trees, there's nothing here. So it's a matter of seeing differently too.
Well, and it's interesting too, because some of those things, like the idea of being a photographer, that was something you wanted to be able to prove yourself. And
Yes.
And going into a forest is like, well, it doesn't matter that much to me that I don't see this. Let's go find something I do see.
And it's a matter of basically it's trial and error, because you buy a camera, you buy a lens, and you think, okay, I have the idea of I want to photograph people. Then you're like, oh, okay, maybe people's not for me. Maybe I'll try buildings. Maybe I'll try flowers.
Speaking of the abandoned buildings and the abandoned stuff, cars, whatever projects that are the images that you do, have you been in a situation where there was anxiety about being in this space and whether it was unsafe, whether somebody was going to kick you out? And can you talk about that real briefly? We got to wind things up, but
it's
fascinating.
For all the abandoned that I photograph, no trespassing signs are kryptonite to me. It's the fear. Facades, no problem. If there's an open door and a no trespassing sign, and especially nowadays, you don't know who's watching. And all it takes is one phone call. And I don't want to deal with that. I'm fine not knowing what's behind that door, but then there's that little thing in the back of my head going, maybe it's something really cool, make a great photograph.
Yeah.
But it's the fear of just going into these places and not knowing what's there. I see a lot of images online. I know photographers that photograph abandoned that will go into and essentially trespass. And I'm like, yeah, it's risky. You don't know what you're walking into. You don't know who's there. But a lot of the places I go through, workshops, they offer access. You may pay a small fee or a moderate fee. It goes to the person who hosts it and the property to upkeep the property, because somebody's got to pay for that.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. I would much rather be safe and photograph these places than to go in, and I don't necessarily, when I'm out working by myself, I'm not telling people, okay, I'm going here. If you don't see me in 2 days, I'm probably still there. If I go into abandoned property, something happens, no one's going to find me. And so that's a big fear. So I'm happy ignoring some stuff and not photographing them, missing some images, rather than the fear of, okay, getting caught somewhere, injuring myself where I'm not able to get help. So
yeah, and so that brings up a good point, that a lot there's fears that are pointing us towards something that we really need to accomplish and overcome, and there's fears that need to be paid attention to as a warning sign to say, you know, I don't need to do that, because while I'll probably be okay, there's an aspect of, you know, what is that going to cause me to miss, whether it's, you know, from the inside of a jail cell, or from, you know, injured, or whatever it is. And so,
or is taking this picture in this abandoned building, going beyond the no trespassing sign, is that image going to sell enough to post my bail? So yeah, I don't think it's going to work that way.
Well, so it kind of comes full circle. I mean, what you've described as a career and a lifetime with a photographer, with a camera in your hand, that you have just kind of, whether it's because you were motivated to get a job and to get work,
and plus, and even then and now with film and with digital, it's just experimentation, is trying different things, going, okay, I'm not good at flash, I'll buy a flash, I'll try some still life in my kitchen.
So those are those challenges that you've taken on because you weren't good at it and you didn't feel great about it, and that there's a little bit of anxiety at the very least in there, but you have rushed in where many of us have feared to tread. And so I'm
a trendsetter.
Yeah, and so, you know, congrats on that, and good job in constantly moving yourself forward. And I got to say, as somebody who has worked in schools and newspapers, both in college, and then while I was working in newspapers, going into a lot of local high schools, those things can be deadening, because you're shooting the exact same thing week after week after week and year after year after year.
Yes. Yeah.
And you have chosen to continue to do personal work and to keep yourself fresh and to be excited about photography. And that's awesome.
The personal work is my savior and sanity. Because lately, in fact, probably for the last month and a half, I've done 80 hours a week, or a little bit less than that, and 12 hours a day, doing the same thing day after day almost. I always have a separate camera, a Lensbaby on it, and I'll try and stop and get at least 1 or 2 photos. I'll accumulate stuff for a week or two, then I'll edit it. So it's a little escape, it's a little therapy after. So it's fun.
Well, Rich, I so enjoy hearing your journey and talking about, you know, a lot of the things that you've chosen to do that many will not choose to do. And good job.
I hope I was able to inspire someone today.
Yeah. Yeah, you've inspired me.
Just go out and try something different.
Yeah, and so thank you for coming on today, and thanks for being part of this community. Your images are fantastic, and your story is even better. So
yeah, I have a lot more to edit. So look forward to my double glass images coming up soon this week. Hopefully, if I get a chance to edit, if I'm not at another football game.
Can't wait.
Okay,
thanks, Rich.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll expect my check in the mail.
Well, I've got a couple other collector's items laying around that I might drop in the mail to you.
Don't worry about it. I get on KEH and find random stuff.
Yeah.
And they're very good quality used. And some of the stuff I'm surprised that they have. Like I said, I just got the double glass to that one. I think I got I think a year or two ago I got the pinhole zone optic, single glass, and some other one.
Okay.
Yeah, and the
plastic.
Actually, yeah, I think it was a plastic.
Yeah.
And mine, you can't really pass up the prices that they have either.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, and KEH does a good job of making sure everything they've got is fully functioning.
Yeah, and it's their rating system. They'll rate stuff like, okay, if it's good, it's actually excellent. If it's excellent, rated excellent, it's virtually new. Because I've gotten cameras, I've gotten other lenses from them, and in fact, I got the 85 Petsfall from them.
Nice.
The lomography.
Yep.
It was rated as bargain. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be beat up, it's going to be scratched. Because of how the filters sit in, dirt gets in the glass.
Got it.
It's hard to see through some of the dirt in there. Wide open, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I shoot it at 2.2, and it's virtually a perfect lens for me. In fact, I did went to a fair end of September and did some people photos there with it wide open, and it's perfect.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to add character to your bokeh.
Oh yeah, and
have extra
it's
dust.
nice because even with all that dirt in there, shooting wide open, it's not going to show up on your images, so I don't have to spot it.
Right.
So that's great, and that's why I haven't gotten in obscura yet, because I've actually made myself a lens cap pinhole.
Yep. My
sensor's filthy, and I don't feel like taking the time to clean. And I have cleaning fluid for the sensor and everything. And there's another fear. I was cleaning a camera once and I scratched the sensor.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So
yeah,
that's why I don't clean often.
I do, and I have scratched the sensor, but you know, at Lensbaby we've got so many extra cameras around that I have lots of practice. But this kit, which allows you to see and go in, because you can go in with a lens pen, like they've got this articulated lens pen that
so you can actually see the actual spots,
and you can put it in the body and see what you're doing just to pick up a single piece of dust. Because that's my fear, is that I'm going to scrub that entire sensor 5-6 times until, you know, to get one piece.
Yeah, and it says you're only supposed to do one pass in one direction. And like, oh, and then you go and test it, and that little piece of dust is still there. So you go back and do it again. Right. And that's, I think it was the D700 at the time.
Oh man, that's the best. That's the best SLR still camera I've ever owned.
Yeah. So I don't think my insurance covered it either. So yeah. I had to eat the cost of getting a new sensor. But yeah, so. And in fact, some of the stuff I shoot for work, thankfully, I try not to get a lot of sky in it, because then it shows all the dirt on my other sensors. So I have two D500s and a D800 for work, and I'd rather not clean them than run the risk of scratching them. So
yeah, understood.
And they say, and I love how they say, oh, changing lenses outside, you're supposed to hold the camera upside down and take the lens off. Like, in reality, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no.
I'm standing on a sideline, it's raining, it's windy, I'm switching lenses, I'm going for it.
Yeah, I had an experience where I had a little leaf come down while I was going into the wedding, going, oh, I forgot to clean my sensors. Put it on bulb. I look up, I'm under a tree, little tiny piece of a leaf comes down and goes inside, and it disappears behind the shutter. I'm like, well, not using that camera. So I just had that one as like basically a rear lens cap on my shoulder, so that I had more lens there, and then I was switching with the other camera all day long. And just shooting on the other camera. But you know, good thing I had 2 bodies. I had 3 bodies that day. That was after I had started Lensbaby, and I did not go through my checklist the night before like I usually do, and I had not charged my batteries, and I had
I'm
one
paranoid.
almost exhausted battery, and I had a battery that was full, and I got to the end of the day, and thank goodness I had a point and shoot with me, because the last half hour of the reception was shot on the point and shoot, and I could pop the lithium ion battery out and put it back in my, I think it was D70,
Just to squeeze an extra image out.
squeeze another shot out of it. And so I kept being able to use the SLR that way, but I did a ton of the reception shots on a point and shoot. But you know, that was when I said, you know, I've switched careers, and I'm not fully you know, holding myself accountable to good business practices in my photography career. Let's not take any more work.
Yeah, and that I can't do weddings anymore, because I used to be able to just do them by myself and be fine.
Yeah.
And now brides see all this stuff on Instagram and Facebook and Snapchat and all that, all these high-end images, and a lot of them don't realize that that's not your wedding day. That's a lot of it's posed, a lot of it's scripted. There could be 4 or 5 people just to get that image, and I don't like that pressure. Because, in fact, one wedding I shot, and they're very good friends. I've known them for 30 years now. I forgot to do the picture of the bride and the mother together. So
yeah, those are the crazy making moments.
Yeah, or the bride will give you a list this long, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I need you to get all this." I'm like, "Okay, but I can't go stand here and go checklist." I got there. I got a picture of Uncle Barry and Mary. It's impossible. That's why I said I like to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
If you want something, let me know. I'll get it for you. Don't hand me a list. Digital now, I'll shoot thousands of images. If I don't like it, you don't see it, I'll put it on a website, choose whatever you want, and call it a day.
Yeah, and I, you know, you talked about the anxiety around those early weddings shooting on film. I did not.
Yeah, I can't see how I ever did that.
I didn't sleep through the night. Idea. I didn't sleep through the night for the first dozen weddings I shot, and it wasn't until I got a dozen weddings in that I went, hey, nobody's been really upset. Most people have been, you know, completely satisfied and over the top enthusiastic. And some of them, I'm going over to their house and they've got these big 8x10s on their mantle, and they're showing off my photography. It's not getting recycled at the end of the week, like my newspaper work, you know, and all of a sudden it took on this, okay, I can do this. And the fear turned into confidence, and that gave me an edge, because especially with film, the barriers to entry to wedding photography were pretty substantial.
Yeah, in fact, I interviewed with a few wedding companies, and they're like, no, that's fine. And I'm like, okay, I'll do a few by myself. I'll build up a little bit. And yeah, I would certainly love to do as a second shooter, just to go around, grab details, grab some basically fly on the wall reaction shots, not have to worry about getting the bride, the groom, the cutting of the cake and all that.
Yeah.
I think maybe 5 years ago, I was invited to photograph a wedding from friends from summer camp, and it was in June. I'm like, oh, June, it's our busy season for handshakes, graduations, all that. I'll never be able to get the time off. Can't do your wedding. So June comes along. I'm not scheduled for that weekend. Had I asked for the time off, no, you can't have it. It's our busy season. We have so many graduations. So wedding was in just outside Portland, Maine. So I left at, I think, like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, drove up to Maine, didn't have a hotel, didn't have plans or anything, went right to the venue, saw it was all set up. No, didn't tell anyone I was coming, and went up, found a hotel, showered, came back down to the venue with my Lensbabies, walked around, all the tables were set up, did some stuff like that. Eventually, guests started showing up. I'm standing there going, Hi. And they're like, the hell are you doing here? Oh, I got an invitation. I didn't know if I was available. So it was an outdoor wedding. I'm sitting in the back row with friends, and the bridal party was getting dressed at a house across the street. So they came, walked across the street, and walked through the park. So I'm sitting in the back row, just waving to them as they're coming through, just taking pictures after picture. So I would much rather something like that than to be now the actual wedding photographer.
Yeah.
I eventually saw their wedding album. Some of my images are in it. I'm like, oh, that's great. I put everything on a website, gave them the link, said, download whatever you want.
That's
so
awesome.
I'd rather something like that.
Yeah. That's,
but
that's
still,
the
I'd
fun
rather get paid to do weddings, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll still do friends of friends and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Rich, I appreciate your time this morning. It's always
no problem. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah. Well, good. Enjoy your day listening to podcasts and editing photos.
Yeah. Oh, good. And good luck with putting this all together.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hope everything works out for you. All right. And if you need anything, let me know.
Will do. Thanks,
all right.
Rich.
Have a good day. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hello everyone, Charlotte here, aka CEJ Photo. I'm a fine art photographer and a Lensbaby ambassador. In this video I'm going to be taking you to Auckland's west coast here in New Zealand. We're going to be meeting up with a model and I'm going to take you through a photo shoot. And even if you're not interested in portraiture, you should still come along for the scenery. I'm going to be using two lenses for this photo shoot, the Burnside 35 and the Suite 80. The Burnside 35 is a standalone lens with a focal length of 35mm. It has an aperture range between f2.8 to f16, with the largest effect happening at the widest apertures. The effect from the Burnside is a center focus with a swirly bokeh around the outside. And it also has a manual vignette slider, which you can increase or decrease as you like. The Suite 80 is part of the optic swap system. This is the optic here, and this is the Composer Pro. At a focal length of 80mm, this is ideal for portraiture, but it also has other applications. It also has a macro function, and it has an aperture range between f2.8 to f16, with the greatest amount of effect at widest apertures. And the effect from the Suite series is a sweet spot of focus in the middle of the frame with a beautiful blur around the edge, which almost reminds me of zoom blur. And this is the focus ring here, and the center spot of focus is positioned using the Composer Pro by unlocking the mechanism and tilting the composer, and locking back in place. During the photo shoot, I'm going to talk about my thought processes, the refinements I make as I go along, and I'll be critiquing my own work. So let's get started. I took my Lensbaby gear to Auckland's west coast. This is Piha, famous for Lion Rock and the TV series Piha Rescue. The first lens I put on my camera was the Suite 80 optic with the Composer Pro, and you can see what the effect looks like here. The Suite lenses are my favourite Lensbabies, and I especially love them for black and white photography. All the images I show here are straight out of camera or with very minor edits unless stated. Let's get out to the beach.
I'm here a bit early, so I'm waiting for the model and just using my time wisely to have a look for a good spot, some good light, and just find a place that's a bit quieter.
The tide was out, so I walked towards the water on the lookout for interesting backdrops. As you can see, the early evening sun was still very bright, casting hard shadows.
And I'm just heading over to Lion Rock. It's called Lion Rock. Over here. And I'm gonna check it out because it looks like it's got some pretty cool sort of sea mist hanging around it at the moment. So it might make for some hazy looking photos.
I got a message that our model, Moni, had arrived. I've worked with Moni on many occasions. She's a very accomplished and professional model, which just makes my job as a photographer so much easier. You might recognize her from some of my previous work. These images were captured using the Lensbaby Omni filters.
So I just came across this little sort of bit of water kind of leading out towards the sea, and it's creating these beautiful patterns. So I thought if we put our model Moni sort of towards the back end of that, have these lines leading up towards it, that might look kind of beautiful, so we're going to try and do that now. When capturing a model from far away, I often rely on hand gestures to guide them where I'd like them to stand. At this point, we're all warming up to the shoot, finding the feeling and getting a sense of what works with the light. I often found myself shooting into the light and either capturing a silhouette or more like these images where the sky's very bright. But I think that high key look works just fine, and the Suite 80 gives it a really dreamy quality. In this clip, you can see me pacing around because I'm trying to place Moni in the background, and I'll show you what I mean by that. In this shot, there isn't much going on in the background, and the line of the beach is cutting right through Moni's head. So I changed my position rather than asking the model to move. I also got down low so I could include more sky in the shot behind her. Looking at this test shot, you can see Moni now looks like a giant because of how I framed her and the angle I shot at. And the light's also not very flattering from that view. So I moved to get a better angle where I could see more light on Moni's face, and now I'm quite happy with the background. I can see from this test shot that Moni needs to turn her face towards the light. Now we have those things sorted, Moni throws out some different poses. I especially love this pose, but the hard shadows on her face are casting a bit of a strange shape, as you can see more clearly here in this close-up. I still need her to look towards the light to avoid her face being in complete shadow. So I asked Moni to try the same pose again, but keep her head level rather than lifting her chin. Straight away, Moni nails the pose and we've got a cracking image. You can see from this close-up that we've got an interesting triangle of bright light over one eye. And for me, the contrast of her against the background, the pose, the effect from the Suite 80 and the monochrome treatment gives this image a sense of mystery and uncertainty, which I think really elevates it. I love showing my Lensbaby images to the models. They often look as if an edit has already been made, and this usually makes the models more excited for the shoot. What you see me doing throughout this video might look like a lot of faffing around, but I think it's the process of thought and refinement which helps separate a photograph from a snapshot. Whilst I'm setting up video equipment, my friend asked Moni to do some fun poses with movement. The dress Moni is wearing is beautiful, but it doesn't really work for this, as we quickly find out. Instead, I asked Moni to just hold up the dress. These shots are fine, but they aren't really the emotive images I wanted to achieve. I moved in for some closer shots, and these ones have a bit more feeling to them because of Moni's expression and the breeze catching her hair. Time to move on. We make our way towards the base of Lion Rock and ask Moni to climb up a small section. From here we have a very clean line between rock and sky, with Moni breaking it up. Together with strong sun and black and white treatment, I knew we would get some really interesting shots here. Moni gets into a strong angular pose, which is softened slightly by addition of a light scarf, and the breeze just catches her hair. I love the way the effect from the Suite optic brings you into the image. I like the way this stream is in the foreground and the effect the Suite 80 has on it, so I composed a shot vertically to get everything in. Unfortunately, I don't feel that it works very well, because the light of the river is quite distracting and Moni doesn't have a lot of presence. There's too much in this image and yet not much going on. Easily rectified by moving in and changing my composition to a landscape orientation. So I stumbled across the stream and captured this, which I just think is so wonderfully moody. Moni's pose echoes the shape of the rock around her, and she looks like she's part of the landscape. Then things start to get a weird and ethereal feeling, so I lean into it. Moni then had the genius idea to throw the scarf over her head, which I just loved. Once I had my composition, I captured a few images as the breeze caught the scarf. I chose this one in the end because of that movement. This is the final edit from that shot. Super moody, ethereal, and just a little bit disturbing. Moni got down off the rocks and reached into her bag of tricks, pulled out some jewellery which she placed on her head. I asked her to scrunch her hair and put some angst into her face. Then she changed it up and we got this, which I really like, but I asked her to lower her chin just a little to soften the pose. And it's very similar, but yet to me, so much better. Here's a fully edited black and white version. You can see I've reduced the bright spots in the background and given it a slight crop.
It was time to move on to our final planned location. Through previous trips, I knew that the sun would set in between a rocky outcrop and had thought it would make an excellent background for a model. I switched to my brand new Burnside 35, having never used this lens before, whacked the vignette slider up to max, and this was the first shot I took whilst Moni was making her way into position. I love how this lens has captured the haze, almost like I was using a diffusion or black mist filter. The swirly edge blur and vignette corral your eye into the center of the frame. I was a happy bunny and I knew we were going to get some awesome shots here. It was time to roll up my jeans and go wading. You can see I'm bending down because I'm trying to position the sun behind Moni's head. This is when Moni gets a little bit concerned about the waves splashing up behind her. For my first shot, I went for a silhouette look. Here's the original capture, and this is the edit. I've only lifted the shadows, done some color toning and a bit of a crop. I can't tell you how much I love this picture. Then I tried a high key look. To me, Moni looks like a siren or a sea goddess with these strong poses. Keeping Moni in the same place, I tried a few different angles which drastically changed the look and feel of the shot. I moved to a portrait orientation so I could get more reflection in the image, but then I lost some of the glow from the right. Trying to get that back, I cut into Moni's head with the line of the cliff in the background, so I moved myself a few steps until I got the best of both worlds with this shot. I always like to get a selection of wider and closer images, so I moved in. I suggested Moni hold the scarf above her head, which didn't really work. To me, she looks a bit too much like a football supporter. Here, Moni's beckoning us to join her in the ocean. I tried to grab some images from the other side, but I didn't like them, so I didn't waste any more time on it. Moni shifted into a different spot and we started all over again. She chose a much more relaxed and serene pose here, and it completely changed the mood of the image. Here you can see the sea mist blowing in, which made for epic effects. For these next shots, I increased the f-stop to reduce the amount of swirl, since I positioned Moni slightly outside the central area of focus. The 35mm lens length and the in-camera vignette was perfect for these shots and really boosted the atmosphere. Now we had perhaps 10 minutes of golden light left, we brought Moni back to the beach for some closer portraits. You can see from this test shot that the light is much softer now. Here's me stalking around Moni, trying to find a good angle and background. These images are really cute, but I don't like the background. You can see I'm always checking my shots as I go to assess what I need to improve on. I switched sides and lowered my angle to place Moni in between some hills. I liked the look but felt I could refine it further by placing her more centrally. I'm using the flip out screen on the back of my camera to make things easier for me. This is what I'm seeing on the screen. I've composed my shot as I wanted. Moni's decision to wear her hat together with the swirl effect from the Burnside separate her beautifully from the background. Despite the swirl, she's wonderfully sharp. I do not know how they do that Lensbaby magic. In this 15-second clip, you can see how much light we lose over 5 minutes as we review images and decide what to do next. At this point, we're all very happy with what we've captured so far. I'm still loving the soft light, so decide to capture a couple more images. Here's the unedited capture, and here's the retouched version. I decided to emphasize the cooler lighting with my color toning. In the last few minutes of light, we grab a few more shots along similar lines to what I was doing before. From the angle I'm shooting at, the focal length makes Moni's arms seem bigger than they should be, so I ask her to lean towards the camera. You can see how much she's leaning, but it doesn't look like that on the photos. The light is now really soft and we aren't getting any hard shadows. We've now lost the light except for a bit of colour in the sky. So we reposition and I grab one more photo, bending low to get Moni's reflection in the wet sand. I'm now slightly obsessed with the vignette slider on the Burnside. On our return, Moni spots another cool location and I switch back to the Suite 80 so that I can selectively position my focus. As the sun is now set, we've lost a lot of light, so I widen my aperture and ramp up my ISO. Moni's first poses are beautiful, but the lines of her body and direction of her head leave me out of the photograph. So I move to make a more central composition and ask her to change direction. This is one of my favourite photos of the night.
The effect of the Suite 80 is just perfect for this image and gives it such a dreamy look. Despite the high ISO, the lens effect hides the grain really well. Moni decides to turn around, and I think these images have something special about them. They're a little bit melancholy and beautiful at the same time, which is all I ever hope to capture. For me, capturing emotion and displaying that in an image is what fine art photography is all about. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that trip to the beach as much as I did. So I've got a selection of my images loaded onto my computer here. I've already picked out some of my favorites. I'm looking at these in Adobe Bridge, and I'll be opening these up into Adobe Camera Raw. And you may or may not know that Adobe Camera Raw uses many of the same interfaces, etc. that Adobe Lightroom does. So if you're a Lightroom user, this should still be useful for you. So let's just have a look through. So we've got these images you will have already seen in the video I just showed you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a basic edit and show you the sort of things that I would do just to sort of basically improve these photos. For instance, make them black and white, lift some of the shadows, and correct exposure and color and that kind of thing. So let's get straight to it. I'm just going to open this one up. So straight away, whilst I was doing this photo shoot, I already knew that I wanted to make a lot of these images black and white. So that's what I'm going to do here. My favorite way of doing black and white is actually to use the color profile for black and white, which you can find here. So I like to go into Adobe Monochrome. And straight away we've got a really nice black and white image. I think for me it's a little bit underexposed, but I'm going to have to watch out for these highlights because they will easily blow out. And sometimes with black and white that's even more apparent, so I'll be very careful about that. So I'm just going to go through the basic sliders here first. So first up, I'm going to have a play around with my exposure and see what kind of level I want this all to be. So if I just play with these sliders a little bit, and also keeping an eye on my histogram up here. So if you don't know how to read a histogram, over here on the right is the highlights and the whites, over here on the left is the blacks and the shadows, and then obviously midtones in the middle. So an ideal histogram is a sort of bell curve with your midtones taking up most of the image, but to be honest, I never get that because I like quite dark images and then I sort of play around with it in post. So this is kind of typical for me with a lot of shadows, some midtones and very little in the highlights. So playing around with the exposure, you can see that histogram altering as I do that. And you can also play around with this as well by clicking and dragging on the histogram. This will also change the sliders. So I quite like that kind of level. I can see some of my whites are starting to blow out there. So what I can do is bring those highlights down, and I'm just affecting the very highlights. But unfortunately, you can see there that's affecting the background too. So maybe I won't play around with that too much. If I lift the shadows, I'm going to get a lot more detail in this rock down here, because I do like it dark and moody, but I also like to be able to see some shadows. So I'm going to just lift those a little bit, and straight away you can see all that detail coming out, and you can see the effect from the Suite 80 as well, which is really, really nice to have. I don't want to lose that, so I definitely want to make sure those shadows are lifted a little bit. I think probably about there. Now you can play around with this as much as you like. You can drop your highlights and lift your shadows. Now this will start to introduce some noise into your image, especially if you have a smaller camera sensor or an older camera sensor. So if you have a newer camera, you can pretty much do what you like with these and you won't be too affected in terms of noise. But if you do have an older or a smaller camera sensor, then just be careful how much you play around with these sliders. And then you can introduce contrast here by increasing the whites and darkening the blacks if you wish to, or you can of course use the contrast slider. This one sort of makes those adjustments kind of automatically and equally, whereas if you
adjust the whites and then the blacks, you can obviously play around with those individually to your own liking, which has a lot more control than just playing with the contrast slider alone. If I drop my highlights a little bit and then bring those whites back up, let's see what happens. I am still starting to get a little bit of blowout here on the whites. So what I will do is I'll come back in with a selective brush and bring those down a little bit. And just adding a little bit more punch back into my blacks, not too much, because you can see I'm starting to come off the edge of the histogram here, which means I'm losing data. And if you like, you can then play around with the texture and clarity sliders. And normally in the rocks and things, that might be really nice to bring out the textures and add some sharpness to these rocks. But because I've used the Suite 80, I really like this blurred effect, and I don't want to sharpen that at all personally. So I'm just going to leave that as it is. Now, one of my favorite things to play around with in Adobe Camera Raw is this black and white mixer, and what that does is it takes the colors that were in your image before you turned it black and white, and then you can change the luminance of those individual colors. So we know, for instance, this sky is blue. So if I play around with the blues, I should be able to darken or lighten that sky as I like. And I quite like it a sort of light grey, so I think I'm probably going to leave it about there. If you're not sure what other colours are in your image, you can always just play around with these sliders and see what pops. So you can see there is a tiny bit of red coming up in Moni's skin there. But I'm just going to double click to reset that to 0 because I don't want to play around with that too much. If I play around with the oranges, you can see there's a bit more in some skin tones coming up there, and I might lift that slightly. Now when you do this, be really careful not to go too far, because often that can introduce banding and things that look a bit strange. If I bump the reds up here, you can see I'm getting a weird sort of pixely shadow on the arms, and I don't want to do that, so I'm going to reset that one there. Yellows, there's often a lot of yellow in the skin as well, so we've got some of the dress and some of Moni's hair being affected by the yellow slider there. So I'm just going to bring that down a little actually, because that hair is quite bright. Okay, I think I'm basically good with this image. I'm just going to come right in. I'm going to select my brush. And that's in my way, so I'll just move that over. I'm going to, as I said previously, selectively reduce the highlights on this part of the scarf here. So I'm just going to adjust the size of my brush using the scroll wheel on my mouse. Just checking my brush settings here. I've got a small size, which is adjusted via my mouse, as I just said. The feather, so I like to have a really large feather when I'm making these adjustments, which just means I won't see any hard edges to the adjustments I'm making. The flow, well, this is like if you want 100% sort of pressure on what you're doing, or whether you want it to build up, then you'd have it quite low. I usually have mine about halfway. And so I'm just going to paint that into the area that I want the highlights reduced, which is about there. Since that didn't make a huge amount of difference, now that I've painted in that area, and I can show you that on the overlay here, so that's the area I've just painted in. Now I can still adjust what I've done. So if I thought those effects were too minimal, as I did, then I can just reduce the highlights further, and I quite like that there. And if I return to my basic edit panel, then I'll get rid of that brush overlay and I can have a look at the overall image without any adjustment icons. So if I come back into the brush, you'll be able to see there's an adjustment icon blocking my view. So if I go back to the general edit panels, then that's gone. And I can see now that I'm quite happy with those adjustments. I've not got any haloing or anything odd going on, so I'm quite happy with that image. So what I'm going to do now is open it up into Photoshop and get rid of these dust spots which are all over my sky. I must have a very dirty camera sensor. So let's do that. And by the way, when you open this up into Photoshop, if you're not sure about the changes you made here in Adobe Camera Raw, what you can do is hold down Shift, and where you see open here, if you hold down Shift on the keyboard, then it becomes Open Object. That means if we open it as a smart object, that this is now a smart object, and if you double click on it, you can come straight back into Camera Raw. All the changes you made are there. So say you thought your adjustments were too much on the highlights or too much on the shadows, you could bring those down, or adjust them in any way you want, and your original image will be sort of updated when you click OK. If you don't open it as a smart object, any changes you make in Adobe Camera Raw, once you open in Photoshop, are sort of baked in, and you can't go back and change those unless you start over again by opening the RAW all over, which is, easy enough to do. But if you've made a load of changes and adjustments and you just want to tweak something, then this is a good way to do it. So for these dust spots, because this is a smart object, it won't let me make any direct adjustments to this layer. So I will make it non-destructive and create a new layer. And now I've got my spot healing brush set to content aware and sample all layers, which means it's going to sample the layer below to get rid of this dust spot. So if I just click on that and it's gone, and the same again here, and that was quick work. And that is pretty much everything I wanted to do with this image. So a little aside on what fine art photography means to me. So here we've got Moni, and she's this very human element with skin and this soft drapey dress and this scarf which is light and it's caught in the breeze here, and she's very bright overall, which is a huge contrast to these dark, hard, angular rocks here, and that's just a wonderful contrast, and it makes this image more interesting, and it's a little bit away from reality, and the Sweet 80 definitely helps that. It increases that effect by adding this sort of strange, ethereal, dreamy kind of blur, and then making this whole thing black and white. Just removing that color is taking it one more step away from reality, and that's what's helping this image to pass along an emotion or a feeling, and just making it a little bit more unusual. So that's my personal opinion on fine art photography, and just making a photograph which makes you think or consider, or just stop scrolling and stop for a minute and take a look at it, and maybe you want to read a story into that, or get some kind of emotion from it. So that's that one. Let's try another one. This time I'm going to pick a color image. There's a little bit more to color images in terms of editing, at least for me. I'm going to show you how to do some basic color toning in Adobe Camera Raw. So let me find a suitable image. Let's try this one. So you can see this is the original image. It's very dark. I shot it as a silhouette style photo. We've got this lovely sun just behind Moni's head, and all of this lovely texture in the waves. And I shot this one with the Burnside. Let's get to it. If I pick up the exposure here, the sky is going to blow out like so. So I don't really want to do that. Instead, what I'd like is some of these darker areas to become more detailed. So I'm going to lift those shadows. That's lovely. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So probably about there. Yeah, around 75, plus 75. Like I said before, don't be worried about playing with these unless you see a lot of noise coming into the photo. Next thing, I might bring some of those highlights down from the sky, and what that means is then I can increase the general exposure a little bit to bring it all back up. So that's about where I want it, I think. Quite like that. What I'm going to do with this for the profile, I'm going to change it from Adobe Color, which is quite sort of, well, bland really. If you pick any of these other ones, you're going to get a different kind of color space, color profile. And I love to use landscape for images which include more landscape in them. And what this does is it sort of warms everything up. It brings a bit more detail into the shadows, and I think it increases a little bit of color vibrancy as well. So that's really helped this sort of evening warm light, soft kind of feel. So what we can do further to that is introduce some color toning. So if I scroll down to the color grading panel, I am going to play around with some color in the shadows and some in the highlights as well. The typical rule, well, not rule, but guidance, is that you should use opposite colors. So if you want to use a cool tone in the shadows, then typically you would normally use a warm tone in the highlights. And if you choose a sort of bluey, tealy color, and then a sort of warm orangey, light orange color, that's a very kind of cinematic style color grading, and I often use that myself. So I'm gonna drag this little dot around where I want it, and keeping an eye on the image when I do this. So if you drag it quite far down, it will have a larger effect. And I just want it to be quite subtle, so I'm going to put it about there. And then for the highlights, I'll do the opposite direction, so introducing some warmth, and I think around about there looks quite good. Already that's made a big change to the image. If I just show you what difference that made, that's without the color toning, and that's with. So you can see it's already introduced this kind of cinematic, atmospheric quality to it in just a couple of clicks. So I love putting color toning in my color images. This slider affects how much you want these two colors to blend together. Typically I like them to be quite separate, so I might reduce that. And the balance, so if you want it to be more heavily in the shadows, in the cool tones, you can tip it this way, or vice versa in the other direction. So I'm probably going to tip that balance slightly in favor of warmer colors. Let's have a look overall at what we've done so far. If I just hit the preview button, that's our original image, and that's what we've done, and that is pretty much all I want to do with this one. So what I will do now is I'll open it up into Photoshop as a smart object, and then what I'll do is give it a bit of a crop because she's not quite perfectly centered. If I hit the crop button, I like to use a golden ratio, which will show there. So you can see she's just slightly off center. I think I will probably crop this down from the sky because I don't want to lose too much from the bottom of this image here, because I'll be getting a little bit too close to this bottom piece of rock down here, and that might create a little bit of tension in the image. I don't want to do that for this one. So I think that works quite well. And this is just using the original image ratio. You can change the image ratio if you like. If you want to make it really cinematic, you can change it to 16:9. Actually, that looks really quite good. I'll just drop that down a little bit. Also, I want to make sure my horizon here is straight, so I'm going to come up and use the straighten tool and just drag that across. And it's just a very slight change, but it does make quite a big difference. And just we're going to reposition here. I think that looks quite good. So we might go with that and click the tick when you're happy. You know, I think although that is extremely cinematic and I really do like it, it's just a little bit too tight on the crop for me. So I'll undo that by pressing Ctrl or Command Z and reset my ratio back to the original 3x2. Make sure that's straight. And then just bring that down a little bit from the sky so that she's centered. Yeah, that looks a little bit better to me. Before, the ratio was just a little bit too tight. So click OK for that. Obviously, we've got this quite burnt out part behind her head, and I'm obviously capturing the sun here, so it'd be very, very hard for me to capture the sun without blowing it out and capture detail anywhere else. So I made that creative decision to do that for this image, and I think it works well for this one. So I'm happy with that. So again here, in terms of what makes this for me a fine art photograph, is because we've got so many different elements going on here, like telling a story. You can make up your own thoughts about what the model is doing here. You know, again, we've got this contrasting drapey fabric with all the rocks and the shells and things around here, and it almost looks to me like money has come from the sea with all these splashing waves behind here, and just the flow of what she's wearing kind of matches the waves. And this was all sort of inspired by some research we did prior to the photo shoot. The model and myself came up with some ideas and some inspiration shots and came together to create these images. The fact that this is so atmospheric with all of this haze and the way that the Burnside has captured that, and also the way the Burnside sort of makes this swirly blur that draws you in. And that's why I've placed Moni centrally, so that she would be nice and sharp, and also because she's the center of attention here, and I want the viewer to focus on her and her story and what she's doing here. But I haven't necessarily spelled that out, so it's sort of left up to the viewer's imagination. Thanks for joining me on this photo shoot. I hope you found it helpful and interesting. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this conference. Wherever you're watching from in the world, goodbye from Auckland and stay safe.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra definition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.